2,000 miles is a long way to come, but now that I'm here, I'm glad we're not in Missouri anymore.
Hello everyone, welcome back to another episode of Lilbumblebear's Let's Play. I'm Kristen and I'm here with a very special game from my childhood. This is Scholastic's Dear America, Friend to Friend. If you don't know what this game is, it was based off, there was a TV series, I believe there were some books as well. It kind of reminded me of American Girls. If there are any American Girl fans out there, by the way, let me know. I have all the books. I finally, at some point, got an American Girl doll. It took a while. I don't think I got one till I was like 11 or 12. A lot of my friends had already had one by the time they were 8 or whatever, but I have Felicity. She's the colonial girl from the American Girl series. But anyways, this is very similar to that, where it's all of these different girls from different time periods, and they're sharing their diary with you. In this game, we will be visiting these different girls, and they're going through very specific things in different time periods, and we'll be reading through their adventure, and also they will be instant messaging us. Well, I'll show you how it works here shortly. But yes, if you enjoyed this video, please give it a thumbs up. Leave a comment down below letting me know your thoughts, if you maybe played this game when you were a kid, or if you know of the Dear America series. And of course, subscribe for more nostalgic gaming. Check out the playlist down below to see other games by Scholastic that I have done on this channel, and more will be coming soon. I have a Twitter and Instagram you can follow, and a streaming channel if you want to catch me live. All the links are down below. And I have a Discord server, so if you'd like to join it, just let me know. If you can't find an invite link anywhere, just post a comment and I'll get you one. Alright, let's begin the journey of Dear America, Friend to Friend. Enjoy.
Clotee here. Remember, Patience Whipple's my name. 'Tis true.
I'm Margaret Ann Brady. I'm Zipporah Feltman.
I'm Hattie Campbell.
Abigail Jane Stewart is my name.
I like being called Mem for short. I'm just beginning to explore this exciting new world we've come to.
All right. I think I want to go in chronological order. I think she's the earliest. Right?
My family calls me Abby.
You
19,
I'm just
19,
please.
1905.
come
Yes.
on.
All right. This is Remember Patience Whipple. She's 13. From the Plymouth settlement in 1622, Mem and her fellow pilgrims barely survived the first harsh winter at the Plymouth settlement. Join Mem as she
Are you not
experiences
ready
a
to
new
begin?
life and new adventure in the new world. So here she is in the settlement. You can click these little different views down below. See little perspectives of where she's sitting.
up corn, and how to greet our neighbors in their own tongue. 'Tis miraculous to see how our little settlement grows. We now have nearly 12 separate houses and 5 public buildings. After the unending discomforts and terrible days of our Mayflower voyage, on the cruel winter that followed in the New World, Plymouth is finally beginning to feel a bit like home. Some of the other girls here have been saying that the woods around our settlement be full of screaming demons. I know not what to believe. I feel as though my eyes be opening to all the wondrous things of this new land, each day a little bit more than the last. Squanto has been a true friend to our settlement, teaching us how to grow our food and helping us trade our goods. Although 'tis well known there be other settlers in this new world, I have yet to encounter any myself. Some say there be settlers from France in the northern lands. Squanto has told me many tales of the Indians beyond our settlement. I hope one day to meet perhaps a whole village. Many of our colony decided to return to England after the first harsh winter here, including my best friend Honey and her poor, distracted father. Although in this new land we have encountered many hardships, I've learned a great deal, and for that I am thankful. Yesterday I helped Father catch more eels than anyone else in the entire community. Many of them will go into making pies, and the rest will pack into barrels to be sent back to England. With each new ship that arrives, more and more people are arriving in our settlement. I wonder if Honey will ever return. Few things vex me as much as that vile Johnny Billington. May God bless him, though I cannot bear him at all. Many of the people of this settlement be not saints like my family and I are. But the important thing is that we are all finally free to worship as we please. After Mam's passing, I felt truly as if winter had cut right to my heart and settled inside me for good. But 'tis like the miracle of spring, how Father Blessing and Hannah have somehow coaxed me out into this life anew.
So as you see, you can keep clicking on her image and she'll keep saying little things.
It'd be a terrific comfort to write here by our old boat. To sit beside this vast ocean doth remind me of the many adventures we have had in coming here. One day I hope to visit the little green island my father gave the name of Grace, after my mother. Every day the new world surprises me and gives me something new to discover. But there still be so much more to learn. My least favorite of all chores is making soap. Surely there be no work on earth more hot and tedious. Someday I hope Father lets me go with him to trade with the Indians to the south. I have learned many new things here. How to build a home, plant a seed, and bring up corn, and how to greet our neighbors in their own tongue.
They actually gave her a lot of voice lines.
'Tis miraculous to see how our little settlement grows. We now have nearly 12 separate houses and 5 public buildings. After the unending discomforts and terrible days of our Mayflower voyage, on the cruel winter that followed in the New World, Plymouth is finally beginning to feel a bit like home. Some of the other girls here have been saying that the woods around our
Alright,
settlement be
there
full
we
of
go. We
screaming
flew through all
demons. I know not what to believe.
This is Mem's diary. Although the elders would not approve, Mem is curious to learn more about you and your life. Answer her instant messages and you will learn more about Mem and possibly change the course of her life. On the yellow tab, you'll find questions that unlock Mem's hidden collectibles. Click on the forward arrow to start reading. Now, I could narrate this entire journal. I could. It would be a lot of narration, though, and I don't want to do that necessarily. My voice would probably give out. So I will just slowly turn through the pages, and if I'm going too fast, you can always pause the video and enjoy the music. And of course, we'll answer her instant messages whenever they pop up, and of course answer the questions to get the collectibles. We can't answer this yet because we need to read. But here, I will read her little bio right here. Remember Patience Whipple. Nickname, nearly everyone calls me Mem. My friends Squanto and Samoset call me Pudding Girl because I made pudding for them when we met. Alright, she's 13. Her birthday is August 28th, 1608. She was born in England, but my family and some other saints moved to Holland in search of religious freedom and then came here to Plymouth. She lives in a log house in Plymouth, Massachusetts, after traveling across the Atlantic Ocean on the Mayflower. Her distinctive personality traits? I consider myself to be a proper Christian girl, though not as prim as some here be. Hannah says that I am perceptive and sensitive, while Father says I am open-minded and curious about the unfamiliar and different. I do feel a strong inclination for adventure and desire to see as much as I can on this new world. I believe I am genuine with people I truly care about, and I cannot bear to see anyone treated badly. Did you hear that little sound? That means Mem just wrote us a message. Well, let's read this first page first. It may not be actually too long for me to read, so let me attempt to do a little narrating for you. May 19th, 1622, Plymouth Settlement. Let's see if I can... There we go. That might be a little bit easier to hear my voice. Dear Imp. Imp? Who starts their diary with Dear Imp? Dear IMP. I have decided to make this unpended shallop my private writing place, now that the weather be getting warmer again. 'Tis old and weather-worn and certainly no longer useful as a boat for exploring the coastal waters. Once I've brought all that I need, I'll write more. Alright, let's see her message to us. Please, would you say something if you can read this? Let's tell her our name. Just be polite. Hello, Kristen. I'm honored to meet you. Would you like to know why I call my diary? Yes, we actually would, I think. It is short for impatience. One of my chief vices. I started naming my diary Imp on the Mayflower when the prospect of landfall seemed even farther from our reach. Ah, her name is Patience, but she does suffer with impatience. Interesting. Later. Sitting here affords me beautiful views of Plymouth Harbor, and when I am up early enough, the sun rising. It be hard to conceive that my 14th birthday is only 3 months off, and that our small pilgrim community has already survived 2 winters since arriving on the Mayflower. So much has taken place since then. Love, Mem. Hello? Have you ever seen Plymouth Harbor in the morning? Well, I guess we'll have to say no, we haven't. What a pity. You should really try to see it. It's a marvelous place. I'll try. Great. Just make a left at Virginia. You can't miss it. Oh. For our survival, most especially, it is good to know about the ground powders from the water lily root. I took some last night, for I had a terrible stomach ache after eating our eel stew. Oh my goodness, even though 'tis a favorite of mine, love mem. Do you know what the name Wampanoag means? I'm gonna guess people of the first light? Yes, can you guess why? People of the first light, they always wake up early to light the fire. Everyone's awake before the sun rises. I will try this one. Where they live, the place where you can see the sun, no, maybe before the sun rises. No, but it's a good guess. Oh! Did she? Okay. May 20th, before night falls. Dear impatience, I must make an important decision that could decisively change the course of my life. Love, Mem. Do you think I should go exploring by myself, or should I take someone with me? Oh, definitely take someone with you. Why with someone? It would be less lonely. It would be safer. This be true. Alright, I think she's gonna go exploring with someone. We can also answer these questions since we've read a bit. For example, we know that she prefers to write her diary by the unused boat.
Right! How smart you are!
My first collectible is a spoon that Father made for me to match the one he made for my sister Blessing. Visit me at my shallop to see if you can find where it... Oh yes, when you unlock the collectibles, they are scattered around the scene where we saw her writing. This next one. What do I use to cure an ailing stomach? Water lily root powder, of course.
Yes!
I am so lucky to have an inkwell of my very own, especially as I keep faithful to my diary. Ma'am bought this in Holland from a glass blower, and we brought it with us aboard the Mayflower. Look around my boat to see if you can find it. And the last one. Well, we know these are the Indians who helped pilgrims.
Good for you!
This be the only book I brought from Holland. It is full of engravings of towns and buildings in Leyden, where we lived before traveling here. Before we left, I found as many flowers as I could and pressed the petals in the pages of this book, so I could always remember exactly what home was like. May 21st. Dear Imp, I've decided not to venture out of the settlement for the time being. Love, Mem. Okay, so she decided not to explore just yet. I have not written about Martha Ford, and I've wanted to. I mean the daughter, not the mother, though they both bear the same name, Christian name. The same Christian name. She be the girl who lived with us through the winter, she and her ma'am, after they arrived here last. November on the sailing ship known as the Fortune. At once I felt there was something different about her, though I could not say what it was, and though she be no longer living with us, she stays in my mind, so even now, 'tis still a mystery to me what to make of her. I be fascinated, and I confess perhaps a bit afraid of her and her ways too. I will write more of it later. Love, Mem. She messaged us. Have you ever met a girl who seems to be both a nice person and a complete mystery all at once, like Martha? Absolutely. Who be this person? Everyone. People can be a mystery at times. 'Tis interesting to think on people. Our family still has but one room despite her heirs. 'Tis not kind of me to feel a satisfaction for it, I know, but she be so often mean to me and the other children that I cannot help myself. May God hear my prayers to soon be a better person in hopes of improving. Love, Mem. Alright, 'tis a terrible thing of me to gloat and be so full of pride, is it not? Not if you don't hurt anyone's feelings. You should try to keep it to yourself. Well, it's good to be proud of your accomplishments. Well, 'tis my father's work that I be proud of, not my own. I am but a girl after all. So this page is about her friend not being on the ship that arrived. Without her, harbor without her, I must leave you now, imp, for we have buckets of fish to clean, a task I do not welcome. Love, Mem. Have you heard of my friend Hummy? Do you two have a lot in common? We have very much in common, including our birth dates and our dislikes for stitching and spinning. What else? We both love words. Oh. Innocent passengers beyond the sparrow and many letters. They have brought not a single provision for us. We barely have food enough and only a cow or two for the whole lot of us. There is so much we need that our hopes were high for a great shipment of stores. But they have brought not a thing. We give thanks to God that it be the growing season, at least. Love, Mem. Found a little baby bird. She's able to pick it up in her very own hands. It hurt its wing trying to fly. Do you know how to tend to a sick robin? Feed it worms? I will have to be brave in finding some, but 'tis the right thing to do, Kristen. Later in the afternoon. I have tried to feed my robin for the first time with worms. When my father noticed my tears at seeing the poor damaged robin, he quickly built a small box of pine for it to nest in until it is mended. To this little box I have added grasses and leaves, and now the tiny thing sits even now, its beak opening and crying for food. I realize I shall have to dig for worms. So I did. I found 3 worms under a large flat rock near our front door. The robin did not care for them, however. Oh no, my robin has passed. I found him sitting motionless in the nest. I haven't had the heart to bury him yet. Will he fly through the gates of heaven? I know not. Father asked me to stop shedding tears, and so I came to this little boat to write and to cry. Was I right to pick up this little bird? Well, yes, the poor thing was hurt. I did not know how to care for it properly. What do birds eat besides worms? She feeds it from her mouth. I wish I could have helped Kristen. Poor man. That still doesn't... Ooh. I know about these 2. I'm not sure about these 2. I know about Squanto and Samoset, but Nauset and Muscle. I don't think we've seen their names yet. Let's keep reading. And just so we have a point of reference, what do we call strangers? Yeah. Wait, the little bird has come back from the dead. When I returned to its nest in order to prepare him for burial, I found him chirping away with his eyes wide open. Praise be to God. The bird did not die. My little bird is healthy, but still grounded. To see him try to lift his wings when he cannot is saddening. But in watching him, I feel perhaps I understand his woe. I would like to have wings to soar on too. I would fly away to England to find my best friend Honey and bring her back to live with us here in Plymouth again. 'Tis the first thing I would do. As I miss her so. Love, Mem. Have you ever wished you could fly? Yes. I've had dreams that I would fly. To where would you fly? To my grandparents' house in France. It would be nice to visit my family so easily. Yes, to visit your friends so easily. Our community is growing quickly, although we still have just the one main street. We now have nearly 12 separate houses and 5 other buildings. We also now have a pillory, a thing that, just to see it, makes me greatly afraid. Father says I have nothing to fear, as good girls never end up in such a contraption. He says 'tis there to remind us we must always act proper and God-fearing, but I know it shall be used if the elders feel it necessary. The fortunate thing is that as yet no one has been locked in, and I hope never to see such a thing. Do you know what a pillory is? Yes, I do. It is a place of punishment that you would do well to fear. How does it work for people who don't know what a pillory is? It's a wooden cross that opens and has places for your neck and arms. Then it's closed and you cannot move. Everyone who passes by knows you've done something improper. Just a great humiliation to be put in one. You do the crime, you do the time. It's meant to keep you from acting badly. Yes. I'm sure you guys have seen those in movies or TV shows. You're not allowed to do much of anything, but here is what happened. So after our church service, Squanto, okay, there's one of the names, Squanto came for supper with us. Now that Father has made several stools and even a table to eat upon, we all had a place to sit. And I, besides Squanto, we had much good food to eat, including Visan stew, potatoes and carrots, clams, socotash, and of course pudding. I ate until I had to untie my apron and tie it again in a looser bow. Love them. Would you like to know more about my friend Squanto? Yes, please. When he was young, he was captured and sent to Spain as a slave. He escaped to England. Do you have slaves where you leave? No, 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 no. Squanto did not like to be a slave. He came back to Plymouth on a boat from England, but his people have died from a plague while he was gone. Do you know what the plague is? Yes. We hope to escape the plague here in our settlement. Oh, I hope so. My little bird now sits so sweetly in the nest box by her window that I think it's a shame I have not yet named him. Let me guess, is she going to ask us to name him? Ah, we get to name the bird. Kristen, which name do you prefer for my bird? Hummy? Gabriel? Compassion? Jesus? Lazarus? Or Angel? I think Lazarus because he came back from the dead, just like the story of Lazarus in the Bible. Lazarus, come out of that tomb. Or whatever it was. I think Jesus said that. Yeah. The Bible says our Lord, our Savior, raised Lazarus from the dead. So this would be the perfect name for my miracle bird. Lazarus. Much fun, and even with this distraction, our tapers came out most long and even and elegant. Love mem. Here is a very good riddle. I am the beginning of eternity, the end of time and space, the beginning of every end, and the end of every place. Who am I? It better be Jesus. Actually, it's the letter E. Because it's at the beginning of the word eternity, E. The end of time, the word time and space. Good riddle, mem. is his father's mug. 'Twas fashioned in England from a substance called pewter. Though mugs like these be most commonly found in taverns full of ale, 'tis not seemly for a saint to drink. Father uses it mostly for teas and broths. Them and their ways, even if we think them strange, 'tis how it seems to me, love ma'am. Is it not strange how people find it so difficult to live in harmony together? It troubles me greatly. It seems to be mostly grown-ups who feel this way. What do you mean by this? I guess when you're older you get more stuck in your ways. Grown-ups don't like to try new things. People are scared of what they don't know. I think you get stuck in your ways. 'Tis sad, 'tis true. Would you like to know more about our thatched house and the things we have in it so far? Okay, what do you have inside your house? We have a cooking pot, a table, 3 stools, some salt, sheets, and blankets. Oh, I have an apron for when I work, and the like, but this is most everything we need to survive here. I be so forgetful 'twas true what I said that Erinose asked of me a favor, but I forgot to say what it was. She says she shall give me a special gift if I will look after her cousin in a few days from now. She tells me she must be fitted for a new dress and cannot be watching him at the same time. Of course, yet another new dress, but Samuel, the cousin, is a dear little boy of under 7 and still wearing his skirts. So I should maybe say yes, but her special gift may very well be nothing more than a stick or a shell, so maybe I should not. Love, Mem. Do you think I should say yes? Well, yes. I think she should look after Samuel. Samuel will be fine. What do you think Erinose has, let's see. Cookies. Sweets? That would be special indeed, I think. This will be fun. Well, now I hope she did give her cookies. For I fear I should watch him and then never get my gift in return. Well, she really wants that gift. I cannot decide which of the 3 gifts I should choose, so you help me decide. All right, let's see what they are. Oh, good, thank you. So here are the choices. A large glass marble and this mysterious deep blue necklace made of tiny pink and white shells. A delicate tin spoon with flowers etched on the handle. Do you want something to wear? I do not think my father would approve of my wearing a necklace, so which one? Okay, I would say the spoon. There be the most lovely flowers etched onto it. I can be thinking on spring even in winter. At least Samuel is a sweet child. Find some way to amuse him tomorrow. I wonder what it should be. Love, Mem. Which of the following do you think I should do to amuse? Look for rocks and flowers. Play battledores. Have you seen the game? No, it sounds interesting. What's battledores? Tis a game played by 2 people with battledores, which be like paddles, with shuttlecocks, which be made of cork with feathers around it. We hit it back and forth to see how many times we can do this before it hits the ground. Okay. Yeah, it sounds like a little, like, tennis. I do not know about tennis, of course. Okay, what is that? Good condition, the battledores or rackets be made of parchment but still have not torn through. And though the shuttlecock be missing a few of its feathers now, the cork still has a bounce and easily flies from one racket to the other. So I proceeded to show Samuel how to hit the shuttlecock in my direction so that I could hit it back to him. 'Twas more tedious than it sounds, too, love men. Have you ever tried to teach something to someone 'tis difficult? Yes, it can be. Who are you teaching? A younger child. What are you teaching them? How to do schoolwork, how to play a game, how to use the computer, something I'm good at, and they're not. How to play a game. One forgets how difficult something can be to learn once you become good at it. June 25th, 1622. Dear Imp, Impatience. When Samuel saw my little bird in the cage that father had built, his face lit up with joy. I let him carry the cage as we walked up the hill together. There a most remarkable thing occurred. When we removed the lid, the little robin redbreast did not immediately fly away. Love, Mem. Samuel had such fun with the bird. What did Samuel do? Samuel went to reach in, and would you believe it, the sweet thing hopped right up on his fingers. He even allowed Samuel to stroke the feathers on his back. Wow, that's pretty cool. Samuel just told me that the bird said he liked the little... Samuel just told that... I can't read. Samuel just told that the bird said he liked the little blue dish of water I kept for him. Wait, the bird talked to Samuel? That must be what threw me off. The bird? What? Okay. This be strange, for 'tis true that we did have such a dish, but Samuel knew nothing of this. Can it be that he can understand the chirpings of a bird? Love mem, I guess so. I didn't know he could speak bird. There be no explanation of how Samuel would know such things. Perhaps because of his tender and gentle nature, he be more sensitive to creatures than most I know not. But I was glad to have such a sweet child with me when my little bird was put free. Samuel held out his arm on which the thing was perched and said, "Go now." He then did begin to sing. A few little chirping notes, as if to say thank you, and with that he flew off. 'Twas a beautiful sight to see him soaring into the trees, and I am glad we did. Love mem. I'm sure it would be a much more enjoyable journey. Maybe one day, love mem. Oh, she wrote us. Have you ever been on a sailboat? No, I have not. You have no ocean? Oh, we do. I've just never been on a sailboat. I'll just say we have a pond. It's difficult for me to imagine a place like this with no ocean. There be so many wonderful and interesting places. I should like to see them all. Oh, we're already at the end of her journal. Epilogue. At the age of 19, remember Patience Whipple married William Endicott and within 2 years moved to the city of Boston, which had just been founded. Her husband became a dried fish merchant, and Mem soon gave birth to twin girls named Humility and Grace. Mem was very old when she died. The various diaries she wrote in her long life were discovered by her great-great-great-granddaughter in the year 1850. Wow. All right, well, let's see if I can answer the trivia questions. Okay. Which of the following is not the name of an Indian I've met? Squanto, Noset, Samoset. Ooh, it's between these two. I'm going to guess this one.
Yes.
Oh, okay. This was the first seashell I saw when I came ashore at Plymouth Harbor. I kept it here with me to remind me of the grace of God that kept us safe through the entire passage and brought us to this new world. I wish I knew what the name of this shell be exactly. Perhaps I shall call it Mem Shell. All right, the last one. What do we call strangers? Settlers who are not sane, people who are odd, Indians, the French. I guess settlers who are not saints?
Well done.
All right. This gem was given to me, Mary Chilton, whom I prefer to call Airnose. Oh, she swears it be from Holland and very rare, but for all I know, she is only putting on airs, and 'tis only colored glass. 'Tis pretty, though, so I keep it here at the shallop. And that is all the collectibles for her story. Oh, wait. Oh, I think I missed some in between. Oh, what? Okay. Which of the following is one of the crops we plant here? Oh, corn. Right? Naomi and my other new friends from a nearby Indian settlement gave me this string of beads. It has shells and stones strung onto a leather tie, but all are polished to shiny perfection, and I only wished I might wear it without having admonished by the other saints? Admonished by others. Okay. What do we use eels for? Food, I believe.
Right.
Hannah and I finished a
are.
batch of candles last week, and this was one of the few that the mice didn't find and nibble on. 'Twas a long and tedious process, cutting the wicks, dipping them over and over in tallow, but we should be well stocked for candles for a few months. All right, when do the Indians return to their camps? I don't know. Hang on, let's try to read back on her pages and see when she mentioned the Indians. All right, right here. They're summer camps.
Yes!
After seeing some of the Indian women with wooden combs in their hair, Father decided to fashion a wooden comb for me, and blessing to share, he used birch wood, which was very soft, and cut grooves in for the teeth. Surely there be no end to Father's inventiveness. Last one. Who took me to my first Indian village? Ooh. Okay, we have to look again. I'm gonna just take a guess at Squanto. I'm gonna say Squanto. Here we go.
Right!
There we go.
How smart you are!
This be my final collectible. It was the first stool Father made for us after the first harsh winter. If you like, you may go back and answer any questions you missed. Okay, well, now that we got all these things, let's go back to her scene and see if we can find them. Because that's what happens when you get all the questions. Okay, there's the shell. There's the jewel. There's the stool. See how things have been filled in now? Like there's that mug, book, candle, the necklace. From this perspective, we get a closer view. Very cool. If we click on it, it takes us back to the page where it explains everything. Very neat. We have completed Mem's story. I believe Abigail.
All right, let's go.
1778.
Indeed.
Yeah, she's
All right.
19. Okay.
All right, let's go.
So the next girl that we will be visiting is Abigail Jane Stewart. She's 12 years old. She's from Valley Forge, Pennsylvania. This is during my favorite historical times because I do love history. I do love
Shall we go?
this time
There's so much to
period.
write.
The very patriotic days of the Constitution, the Revolutionary Army days. I do love it. The colonial days, you will call them. Abigail nursed Revolutionary Army soldiers back to health during the harsh winter
Shall we go?
of
There's so much to
1777
write.
to 78. Now, as the struggle for freedom carries on, she needs your help to face her greatest challenge yet. Well, let's go and help her, shall we? Here she is in her little barn, it looks like, writing in her diary. Let's get some views of the area she's in, shall we? You see, she's just sitting here on the ground with her little basket. And looks like a stable where they keep horses. She's sitting in a stable, just writing away. There she is. let's go and read what she's saying, shall we? I'm going to click on her and listen to her voice lines, and we'll check out the music. So let's do that first. Oh, let me read. This is Abigail's diary. Abigail is about to make a secret discovery, but she doesn't want to do it alone. To come along on her adventure, answer her messages, and earn her friendship. To come along? Maybe it's meant to say so come along. Oh well. Click on the yellow tab to uncover hidden objects in the barn. Click on the forward arrow to open Abigail's diary. Alright, let's see what she has to say. Oh, let's also check out the music. Let's see what we got. So there's this song. Ah, very patriotic. Okay, I like this one. Alright, let's see what she has to say.
Although the Redcoats have not dared enter Valley Forge, I wonder if there be many British spies lurking about. During the winter, I often saw General Washington on horseback, giving encouragement to the men. Now that the soldiers and their cannons have left, our valley is once more a silent and sleepy place. Wandering over the former army camp, my sisters and I have found a good many treasures left behind by the soldiers. 'Tis said there be ghosts now in Valley Forge, ghosts of all the many Patriot soldiers who died last winter. I worry about my aunt's family still living in Philadelphia. With the British controlling the city, 'tis not the safest place, nor the friendliest. Martha Washington was always most kind to me and my family. Every day I pray for her safety and our freedom. I remember the day the soldiers arrived at Valley Forge for the winter. They were all a shambles and their footprints left blood on the snow. While the soldiers were here, 'twas hard to recall how quiet our valley had once been, and how much I loved the stillness. 'Twas truly wondrous to see our soldiers in training over the winter, so dedicated to our freedom, despite the hardships they faced. It shall soon be my birthday again. I'll be nearly old enough to marry my sister Beth. One of my favorite chores is milking our cow Brownie. Sometimes she nuzzles my neck when I'm done. On special occasions, my whole family sits down to eat our favorite meal, a roast chicken, rough skinned potatoes, and stewed pumpkin. After the terrible winter our soldiers spent here at Valley Forge, 'tis difficult to imagine what other hardships this war shall bring. 'Twas nearly beyond belief the amount of laundry we washed for General Washington and his staff. I feel sure my hands would be raw forever. 'Tis sad to say my sister Beth hath heard no word from Ben Valentine. I imagine him in battle somewhere wearing his fine bounty coat she so devotedly sewed with her own hands. We have had to give up our little schoolhouse to soldiers too ill to march with the rest of the army. Even when soldiers stole pigs from our barn, Papa never let us waver in our support of their cause. I believe my baby brother Johnny doth prosper just as our nation does, newly born, but healthy and full of hope. 'Twas a cruel sight to see so many suffering boys and men in camp last winter. I only wish there had been more I could have done to help nurse them back to health. Although the Redcoats have not dared enter Valley Forge, I wonder if there be many British spies lurking about. During the winter, I often saw General Washington on horseback, giving encouragement to the men.
Okay, we've been through all her voice lines. Alright, here's her little bio. Abigail Jane Stewart. Nickname, everyone calls me Abby. Age 12. Birthday, August 17th, 1766. Born in Valley Forge, Pennsylvania. Lives in I live in a small farmhouse with my family in Valley Forge. We have a few crops, a cow, and some chickens. Distinctive personality traits. I always try to be polite and respectful with my elders. I am much more cautious than my friend Lucy or my sister Sally, but also feel a desire for adventure. I confess I haven't much patience for the silly and irresponsible boys here at Valley Forge, but I've never been able to watch someone wounded or suffering, no matter what age, and stand idly by. Oh my goodness, I didn't know there were more pages. Oh no. Okay, you know, we have to go back to Mem real quick. I'm so sorry. I just realized there were more pages to her little bio that we could have read. Okay, quickly, let's retreat back to Mem.
Come on.
Sorry. Oh, goodness. Okay, Mem. You had a second page. Yes, okay. Favorite people. My dear father and friend Humility, or Hummy, whom I met on the Mayflower coming over to America. Although she will never take the place of Ma'am, I've become quite fond of Hannah, and of course my new friends Samoset and Squanto. Family tree. My father is one of the most skilled carpenters in the settlement. He built our house in the New World. My poor mother, whose Christian name was Grace Whipple, survived the difficult journey across the Atlantic, but later passed away from an illness that swept the colony. Later, my father married Hannah Potts. I also have a mischievous little sister called Blessing. Loves Frumenty, which if you don't know is a delicious cinnamon-flavored pudding. Making up word games and giving people odd or funny secret nicknames. That's how Hummy and I passed the time on the Mayflower, sleeping under the stars, the sweet smell of juniper, ginger cake, and of course, eel pie. Oh, I don't know if that sounds too appetizing. Okay, Mem really dislikes spinning and stitchery of all kinds. I have not the talent for it. Mussels, not being allowed to explore or do proper eel fishing just because I am a girl. Favorite places in the world. In my riding spot by the old settlement shallop, though I've not yet been, I am sure I will like the green island my father named after my mother, Grace. Chores and skills. All of us in the settlement must help with the waddling, weaving together twigs and plaster to fill the spaces between the logs in our houses. We must also share in the planting and gardening, eel catching, and net making. I am told I have a gift for spinning stories and playing with words. Special memories. The first time I saw an Indian, the day Samoset walked into our settlement to greet us. And the first time I helped Squanto and Father catch eels. Someday hopes to explore other parts of the New World and give names to them. Become friends with an Indian girl. See my dear friend Hummy once again. Here's an image from my book of pictures of Holland. This is a place in Leyden, the city where we lived in after we escaped from England. Holland is full of fine memories for many of us. We were finally free from the persecution of English authorities to practice our faith, but many of the elders began to worry that we would lose our identity if we stayed there, so we journeyed here to Plymouth. This is a sketch of our settlement that one of the strangers made before he returned to England. Strangers are what we call those of us elders who are not saints, like the rest of us. Oh, you can find answers to her questions in her bio as well, because that was a question. I know not how he came to imagine our settlement from such a high view, not if it really appears this way. He gave us this sketch. He gave this sketch to my father, who had given it to me for my scrapbook. Oh my goodness, there was a lot we didn't read. Our elders are always telling us about our history and travels. Here is a paper I sketched with some of the other girls in the settlement describing the recent history of the saints. It shows our escape from England, our stay in Holland, and our new journey here to the New World. I even drew our other ship, the Speedwell, who stayed behind because she was taking on too much water. This is one of the copies of the charter we had to sign to receive funding for our journey to the New World. In the first line, it says that we are indentured to a group supplying the money, meaning that we are to send back goods for 7 years to repay them. I'm not much excited being indentured, but God has seen fit to deliver us to this land, so I won't complain. This be a representation of the Mayflower, the ship that brought us over from England, and our little shallop that we used to come ashore. Although she may be a pretty picture, I cannot see her without thinking of the queasies and how often I had to cast aboard her. Here's another map of the whole area around us commissioned by our elders. It shows Plymouth Bay and many of the other places we know of now. When I see these other places, I cannot help but think about what lakes or islands are still to be discovered and what names might be put to them. All right. Now we have seen Mem's little bio. We're going to go back to Abigail. Again, I do apologize. I totally have forgotten that their bios are actually very in-depth.
Well then.
And that's why I always loved this game. It was so charming in the way it would share history. Very much like American Girls. Very much. Well, American Girls was made by Scholastic, I believe. Or at least they marketed all the American Girl stuff. And this is a Scholastic game, so it all makes sense. Okay, now let's read your bio. Favorite people, my friend Lucy, who despite her recent misfortunes is still very dear to me. Martha Washington, who has shown herself to be a true source of guidance for us all. My sister Beth and Helen Kern, who has added so much to our household. Family tree, both my parents come from Philadelphia. My father, Edward Stewart, is an excellent shoemaker. I also have an older sister, Elizabeth, a mischievous younger sister named Sally, and a newborn baby brother named Jonathan Edward Stewart. We have many aunts and uncles still living in Philadelphia, even though the British now firmly control the city. Abigail loves taking care of my baby brother, Johnny, and my sister Sally when she behaves, eating dinners of roasted chicken, rough skinned potatoes, and stewed pumpkin, finding our secret pool at the creek in the springtime. Really dislikes bleaching laundry, quite disgusting really, doing laundry at all after all the washing we did for General Washington, the loud obnoxious boys who can think of nothing better to do than throw rocks and muddy a girl's dress. Page 3. Favorite place in the world? Wandering around the former army camp in the valley now that it is so still and peaceful. I also like sitting in our barn, the one we see her riding in, with Brownie on cool winter days. Oh, that must be her horse. Chores and skills, laundry, cooking, and taking care of the house. Watching after my little sister and brother, helping Papa milk the cow, and mind the chickens. Special memories. The day our soldiers marched into Valley Forge last winter, I thought my heart would break. They were in such a sorry state. I also remember my first sight of Martha Washington. She seemed so much plainer than I expected, yet much more pleasant. Someday hopes to live in a free nation, return to Philadelphia after the British have returned to England in defeat. I clipped this from one of Papa's pamphlets about the reasons we must fight together to win our freedom. 'Tis a powerful image that well shows how important it is for the colonies to join together if we wish to defeat the king and his redcoats. This is a map of the soldiers' encampment here at Valley Forge last winter. It was drawn by one of General Washington's aides and shows how much planning was needed to bring the army here for the winter. You can see Valley Creek, where Beth and I have our secret waiting spot. This is a reproduction of Martha Washington from one of the Patriot broadsheets printed in Philadelphia. I'll agree that she has helped the Patriot cause greatly and improved morale among our soldiers through her cheering kindness. Taken from the same broadsheet, here is another image of Martha Washington. These shades, or silhouettes as they are beginning to be known, are quite popular among the people of Washington's social station. When I view these images, I'm reminded of Mrs. Washington's kindness to my family and all of us here in the valley. Here are some pages from an old primer I used in school until it was put to use as a hospital for our soldiers. This was our principal book for instructions in English with morals as well. What I don't like about it is that it uses the word king to illustrate the letter K. I would much rather prefer a word like kinship. Ah, okay. So it was like a little alphabet book. And I'm sure these are all very real images that were actually taken and just incorporated into the storyline. Here's an illustration of General Washington rallying the troops. My sister Beth and I have found berries and other plants to make dyes to color this drawing. Mama suggested some of the coloring, and I've put a $5 Continental script note of Papa's. He'll be wanting that back soon, I suspect. Oh yeah, I gotta give your dad his $5 back. Okay, well, I'm very eager to dive into her story, so let's begin. July 19th, 1778, Sunday. The soldiers left Valley Forge exactly 1 month ago today, and it is a strange place since then. Silent and sleepy, even a lazy place it seems. No sounds of drums and fifes, no cannon shooting off unexpectedly and scaring us half to death, no glimpses of General Washington sitting on his horse or speaking encouragement to the men. They are all gone, chasing after the redcoats in hopes of driving them back. Oh yes, let's see what our first question will be to look out for. Okay, what scared us while the soldiers were camped at Valley Forge? I think she just said cannons going off without warning, right? Yeah. Yes, that was it right there.
Correct.
My first collectible is a needle and thread. Last winter, girls sewed their names into bounty coats and gave them to soldiers in the hopes that they would remember them. Can you find the hidden collectible in my barn? Okay, what city did Lucy return from? We'll keep an eye out for this one. So, hopes of driving them back to England forever. There were many prayers in church today for their success. All right, Abigail has now messaged us. Hello, is anyone reading this? Yes, I'm here. Hello, Kristen. Have you been to Valley Forge, Pennsylvania? No, I haven't. You should visit sometime. It's beautiful and also an important place in the history of the colonies. Yes, that is true. I'm glad you like it. Papa calls this weather sultry. It is thick with heat and humid air, and the only relief comes from wading right into the creek and letting the cool water flow over you, or from hiding here in the dusty dark of the barn. Hi, Kristen. Do you like hot weather? Doesn't bother me too much. You're lucky. It sounds like you're a very adaptable person, Kristen. Well, I live where it's cool. Well, I'll just say I definitely am. That's a very good trait. I like her. She's an encouraging friend. I think we have a answer to one of the questions. July 21st. My friend Lucy arrives back tomorrow from Philadelphia, and it will be so good to see her. It's a long story of how she came to be there, but she's been staying these months with my Auntie Hattie. Lucy is fascinated by the British redcoats, and there have been, until recently, many of them in that city. I cannot understand how she can be so friendly to them. Does she not realize we are in the midst of a revolution? Alright, so she has come back from Philadelphia.
Yes.
There's nothing more important for keeping a diary than a good inkwell. Papa brought this back from Philadelphia just before the British took over the city last year. Look for the inkwell in my barn. Alright, the next question, why do we need to find a new schoolhouse? Okay, I think I know. I think they mentioned in her bio that they used it for a hospital, but we'll see what her diary says. I apologize, I forgot to click on her little instant message thing when it popped up. If you don't get to it right away, it will disappear. I should have clicked on that first before going to the trivia question. I was too excited. I'm sure she was going to tell us about her friend Lucy, though. Based off of whatever we read, it's usually what they talk about. So she was probably going to tell us about Lucy, so it's okay. I don't think we missed anything super important. It says right there, our schoolhouse is being used as a hospital for the soldiers who still cannot be moved. So there is to be a discussion among the adults about whether a new school is possible somewhere. I want to go to Lucy's as it's in her as it's her return, but Beth says if I stay home with them, she will tell me the best ghost story ever. Let's see, is that... yes, it's being used as a hospital.
That's right.
When I was about Sally's age, I visited my Auntie Hattie in Philadelphia. She was so delighted to see her young niece for the first time that she took me to a woodworker shop down the lane. When she saw my eye fall on this beautifully carved horse, she insisted I take it with me. Alright, the next question will be, what does my father do for a living? Well, we know because of her bio. I think he works with shoes. Anyways, back to the journal. With 2 little children. Alright. Do you think I should go to see Lucy or stay home and hear ghost stories? Go see Lucy. Alright. She's gonna go visit Lucy. I told my dear sister that though I would love to hear her ghost stories another time, seeing Lucy again was more important this time. Also because I'm 4 years younger than she, I'm sure she has a mischievous desire to scare me. And poor Sally too, who's only just turned 7. As for Johnny, well, he's too young to be scared by stories and instead cries from the sound of cannons or loud dogs. Beth is disappointed. I know, but that is my decision. I want to bring Lucy a little gift. Which of these should I choose? Purple handkerchief, gingerbread. Ooh, gingerbread. Yummy, I love hot gingerbread. It's my favorite sweet, I think. Do you know how to bake, Kristen? Yes, I do. Really? Me too. We bake right on the hearth. But my Auntie Hattie owns a bakery shop in Philadelphia and is an expert baker herself. What's your favorite thing to bake? Cookies. My aunt bakes cookies too, but at home we mainly just make pies and cakes, gingerbread and regular bread. Have you ever baked bread? Yes. Good for you, Kristen. Baking bread is not that easy. Beth pleaded with me last night from the moment we crawled into our bed until I made her stop by pretending to be asleep and snoring as loud as I could. Finally, she elbowed me and said, "Shh!" Then put her head under the pillow in a huff. I heard Helen laugh from her cot beside us. Ordinarily, Helen would be here at night, as she lives with us too, but she shall be caring for the widow Maiths, who is ailing and needs a companion. Beth must go it alone. Do you know who Helen Kern is? Remind us, please. She was at the soldiers' camp all last winter with her husband until he died. After he was gone, she discovered she was going to have his baby, so we took her in. She's a very sweet person. I have no idea if I forgot to turn on my mic, but I will read this one more time just in case. Do you know who Helen Kern is? Yes, I think so, but remind me. She was at the soldiers' camp all last winter with her husband until he died. After he was gone, she discovered she was going to have his baby, so we took her in. She's a very sweet person. I have no idea if I'm turning my mic on or off anymore. I might have just read that twice. Oh well, let's proceed anyways. I'm not going to even cut this out. July 24th. Finally, a bit of rain. We've all been inside today except Papa, who must see the blacksmith as horseshoes cannot wait. I helped Sally write her alphabet on her slate while Mama polished the pots. Beth is no longer pouting over my absence of last night. Today, her mind is on Ben Valentine. Oh, how romantic with a last name like Valentine. The boy who got the bounty coat she made. When I came out here, to milk Brownie. Oh, Brownie's her cow. I thought it was her horse. Okay, Brownie's the name of the cow. When I came out here to milk Brownie, she was busy riding him, but what I shall write about next is what I saw on my way to Lucy's. Ooh. Alright, do you know what a bounty coat is? Remind us. It is a coat sewn for a soldier. Many girls make them, and they embroider their names inside. Then a soldier gets the coat, and the girl hopes the boy who's wearing her coat will come find her and perhaps marry her. Oh my goodness. That was like... Was that how they dated back then? The girl just left her name in some random man's coat and hoped that the man would look for her? What if the man wasn't handsome? What if they just didn't even like each other? Wow, that's... Okay. Well, back then, I guess they just had to find a person somehow, right? Okay. I don't want to be rude. I'll say it's romantic, but in the back of my head, that's a little odd. True, I think it's very romantic. The war is very hard on everyone, so if a boy gets a nice coat, it sheds a little good cheer, you know? Especially if he's nice himself and finds the girl who made his coat and they end up together. Well, if he has a good heart, that's very important. Okay. So, the dad... Father do for a living... Didn't it just say? Papa who must see the blacksmith... Oh yeah, no. See the blacksmith. That's not a shoe thing. Never mind. July 29th, Mama and Papa picked me up in the wagon at Lucy's the night I went to see her, and we drove along the road in darkness that was rich and soft. I laid in the back and looked up at all the stars. When I saw one dart across the sky, I wished for our safety and our freedom. How can the king, all the way over in England, dictate how we live in the colonies? I tried to see the fire I had seen before, but it was out, or we were too far from the river to see it. What would you do if you thought you saw a campfire in the woods? I would try to discover what it was. I agree. I think it's important to understand what's really going on before jumping to conclusions. July 30th. There's truly someone in the woods, I'm sure of it. This morning when I was delivering to the Potter house the new shoes Papa had made for their little ones, I again saw something, and right in the very spot I'd seen it before, I saw smoke, as if rising from a small campfire. Could someone be making camp in the woods, eating and sleeping in there? It seems a fine adventure to me. Have you ever camped in the woods? Yes I have. I never really have. Do you like it? It's great. Really? Maybe I should try it sometime. What do you like best about it? Being in nature. Yes, that's the lovely part. But there are lots of bugs outside, and when you sleep, they might crawl all over you. I never see that many bugs. That's lucky then. I seem to see bugs all over the place when I'm in the woods, but they don't bother me too much unless it's a spider. Spiders are cool. Do you know they have 8 eyes? Spiders can creep me out too. I'd rather be in the presence of 100 worms than a single spider. Let's not talk about this awful subject anymore. Friend link connection closed.
well done.
It finally said what the dad's job was, which we knew from her bio. I once saw an artisan in Philadelphia make a vase, much like this one. 'Tis a hot and tedious process, for the man must blow through a tube into melted glass, getting the shape he wants before it hardens. Then he cuts the vase from the tube to separate it. Right, our next question will be, what name do we use for the British soldiers? I believe it's redcoats, right? August 2nd. Here is how it happened. Yesterday afternoon, I was returning from Mrs. Hughes' house. She has moved back in now that General Washington no longer has his headquarters there. Mama had asked me to go to her and fetch a bag of herbs for fevers and cramps. On the way back, I was picking wildflowers when I heard a noise in the bush. Nor was it some small creature, as I thought, but a boy. But the next instant he was gone, disappeared into the trees. Do you think I should tell Lucy what I've seen? Oh, tell Lucy. All right, I shall. Thank you for the advice, Kristen. August 3rd. Since General Washington has led the soldiers out of Valley Forge, and we are no longer his laundresses, doing the wash each Monday seems an easy task, but today it was my turn to iron too, and I nearly fainted from heat stroke. While waiting for the iron to heat up in the coals of the fire, all I could think of was how fine and cooling it would be to be floating in Brandywine Creek. No chance to tell Lucy what I saw. Do you love the really hot weather, or do you like really cool weather? I like cool and breezy. I think I prefer the same, especially on laundry days, so spring must be your favorite season. Actually, it's autumn. Autumn is a melancholy, moody time, but beautiful too. Do you think of yourself as a moody and melancholy? No, I just like autumn. It's an excellent time of year. What do you like the best about it? The colors and smells? The colors and smells. Autumn has a smell to it. You're right about that. When all the leaves turn red and orange, the world is a very amazing place. And that is when the maple syrup flows too, which I love. 'Tis a good season indeed. Some rude boys say there's a monster called Old Warthog who hides in people's cellars, but I hope not in ours. Uh-oh. Do you think what I heard was an animal or Old Warthog? I think it was just an animal. Yes, actually I think so too, but that is a terrible thought itself. What could it have been? A giant rat. This is too terrible to contemplate, Kristen. I could not stand it to encounter a huge, horrible beast with little red eyes. I cannot even think it. Oh my goodness, Abigail. August 4th, I finally engaged Lucy in my search. After afternoon meal, we asked permission to walk along the riverbank and gather wild herbs and berries. We fill our aprons and pockets full of all the good things we can find. But this stroll had a different object. I said to Lucy, "Dost thou wish to investigate with me a thing I hath recently seen of a strange nature?" She eagerly agreed. You know, I kind of wish people still spoke this way today. But where I thought I had seen the boy and his campfire, we discovered nothing. Oh dear. Do you think my eyes were playing tricks on me and I really saw nothing? No, I think you really saw someone. I'm glad you believe me, Kristen, as I am sure of it too, but sometimes my mind can play tricks. We shall see.
You're right.
Although it has long lost its clapper, this delicate little bell was used to call Mama's family to dinner. The handle is polished cherry wood, but the bell itself is hardened china. There was a scene painted on the bell, but it is also faded. Okay, what was my baby brother's name? It's Johnny, right? Oh, I don't want to get it wrong. Jonathan. So Johnny.
That's right.
Mama gave me this ring when I turned Sally's age. 'Tis a child's ring, but hand-shaped from copper. Now they have molds they use to pour metals into any shape ring they desire. I fear it no longer fits my finger, since I am almost 12 now. What is the name of my aunt in Philadelphia? Auntie Hanny.
Correct.
When Martha Washington left Valley Forge, she presented us with a package tied in this elegant ribbon. Mama let me keep the ribbon, which I often use as a bow for my hair. Mama says that the fabric is of a very fine quality and may have come all the way from France. What did my family do for General Washington's during the wash clothes?
You're right.
Oh, this kind of looks like the gem that Mem had. While wandering about the soldiers' camp, I stumbled upon this gem. I thought it must be from an officer and worth a fortune. When I took it to Papa, however, he laughed and assured me it was merely cheap green glass used to decorate trunks. So here it sits, my gemstone. Which of the following did I not receive for my 12th birthday? Okay, well, we have not gotten this far in her story, so let's go back. Oh, she didn't write me? Abigail, nothing. Okay, bye, Abigail. Cannot bear to write yet what I am thinking. What are you thinking, Abigail? Tell all. Can you guess why I'm disturbed by meeting this person? I think I know why. Then you are very perceptive. Let me see if you have correctly guessed my secret fear. He's a thief. He's a redcoat. Exactly this, Kristen. We are of the same mind about him, it seems. I am sure of it, but I cannot say it aloud to anyone. 'Tis such a dreadful thought. Did they just say that he has acne on his face? She says the spots on his face, there are only a few, and otherwise I would consider him attractive. Shows at least he's 15. Oh, but I say anyone can get those spots. Okay. Oh my goodness, listen. We have heard terribly sad news this day. The boy, Ben Valentine, has been severely injured at the Battle of Monmouth. Though my sweet sister had dreams of making her bounty coat for a handsome soldier, One with no front teeth ended up with it. And that was Ben. Now we hear that he has had an arm amputated and will be in the hospital. Oh my goodness. Did I not predict this? Oh, poor girl. She... Okay, I needed a laugh. Alright, let's continue. Oh, well, she's still gonna visit him. Maybe there will be love in their future. Let's see. Beth leaves in the morning. This war is wretched. Why cannot the British get back to their ships and sail away forevermore? Beth and I have both seen the horrors of injury, illness, and death in our visits with Martha Washington to the camp. Right here in Valley Forge, it is a sickening thing, but the courage of our soldiers in standing up to the great powers of the Redcoats is a lesson to us all. We must despise the Redcoats, every one. Have you ever been to Philadelphia? Didn't she ask this already? I said no. Just a beautiful and bustling city with much history already behind it, but you might want to wait to visit until the Redcoats are not all over the place. I would if I were you. Agreed. He's a casual and sometimes harsh in his manner, and I do not like him much, but I'm afraid Lucy fancies him a great deal. Oh dear, Lucy. Have you ever had a friend who liked a boy you thought wasn't very nice? Yes. Absolutely. It's a very difficult thing, and I'm sure I don't know what to do. What did you do, Kristen? Well, I kind of tried to break them up because I knew he was not nice. I understand that, Kristen, but it seems cruel in a way. Why does she not see him as I do? Then I wouldn't have to say or do anything. She's an idiot. Love is blind. 'Tis both sad and true, Kristen. The heart can go mad and leave the mind incapable of thinking clearly, I fear. I hope this is not the case with Lucy, but we shall see. Have you ever felt such a thing yourself? Oh, unfortunately, yes. So it sounds like it didn't turn out well. I shall not ask, but I believe there are good lessons in bad experiences, so that may be a small blessing. Next time there is more chance to do better. Absolutely. To which she says, I care not what you think he is. I like him greatly. But how can she? Philip, I know, is a redcoat. Tis, tis, Lucy. Don't you think I'm right that Philip is probably a redcoat? No, but he seems rude. I don't know if he's a redcoat, honestly. Does he have one? She didn't mention he had one on him. He is unbearably rude, but do you think I am being too suspicious without cause? You have cause, but you're wrong. If you're suspicious, no wonder he's rude. Tis amazing that you can be so sure without ever meeting him, but I am still against what Lucy is doing, and every time Philip's eyes meet mine, 'tis impossible to think he is not the enemy. Well, he might be. Oh, it appears they are having a quarrel, her and her friend. She's not happy with this. Do you know how to play jackstraws? No, what is jackstraws? It's a fun game with straws. You must throw down a whole handful of them and try to pick them up where they lay one by one. Oh, okay. I have played this. I didn't know it was called jackstraws. Maybe it goes by a different name nowadays. Okay, so apparently he doesn't want to be a redcoat. Alright, why does he not go south where there are no British to find him? Because he is in love with me. Dun dun dun! Do you think Philip really cares for Lucy? Well, if he doesn't want to be part of the bad side, maybe he really does love her. Then you are less a doubting Thomas than I, Kristen, for I don't believe a word of it. Oh dear. Well, let's see what happens. Alright, so he taught her a new game. Best of all, I won 3 of them off the nasty sloth, and it did not please him either. Ooh, she won. Do you know what a sloth is? Yes, it's a lazy animal. An extremely lazy animal, I hear, but I'm sure even the slothiest of all sloths is nearly not as much a layabout as dear Philip. Alright, so the cow gave birth. How lovely. What should we name Brownie's calf? I have picked out 3 choices. Butter for her color, Belle, 'tis a musical name, Mud Pie, like her eyes, but mostly I find it funny, Belle. Let's do Belle. It's a sweet name, is it not? She will like it as much as we do. Thank you for helping me decide, Kristen. August 16th. And I don't believe for a minute he truly loves Lucy. That shall stop the minute she fails to bring him good things to eat or rub his greasy pate. But she is so stubborn when I try to tell her so, and will hear none of it. Do you think I should try to say something more to Lucy or leave her be? Oh, keep trying. I don't know, Kristen. What would I say that I haven't already said? Wake up, bird brain. There are better guys everywhere. Don't settle for that fool. You are so right in these words, Kristen. No girl should accept a boy who speaks rudely to her, not even for a minute. Does Lucy not realize this? He cannot respect her for allowing him to speak as he does. I must try again to be sure. I'm still thinking of the overhanging rock after our day there. When we first arrived, before eating or playing at all, Papa led us in prayer for the men who passed under this very rock last December on their way from Gulf Mills to Valley Forge. The soldiers who marched all were half frozen and starving, bleeding and barely clothed. Papa says the only thing that kept them upright moving forward was the dream of freedom held in mind. I don't think I could ever be that strong or brave, could you? I think I could do that if I really believed in something. Then I congratulate you, Kristen. I admire anyone who can stand up for their beliefs no matter the cost. Have you ever had to stand against the crowd because you believe? Absolutely. To us, difficult for sure. People feel more comfortable when everyone thinks as they do. Yep, it's stupid. But it seems to be part of being human, does it not? I hope I always have as much courage to stand up to things as you seem to, Kristen. Alright, she sat down beside me and straightway asked me to come with her next day to see the warthog. Had we not just prayed together for British defeat? I cannot understand her. Do you think it's wrong of me to call Philip Warthog to Lucy's face? Not if it helps Lucy wake up. You mean to say that 'tis all right if it is an instructive thing? I think this may be true, but since I care about Lucy, a part of me feels terrible to call her beau such a nasty name. She cannot like me for it, but if she does not wake up, as you say, Kristen, then maybe 'twas worth it after all. August 23rd, Sunday, early morning, and I must write quickly before church. Lucy has asked me to dinner at her house and expects me to fetch Philip along with her. Though she's just a calf, I told Belle a moment ago that I had agreed to do this. She led forth with a great mooing sound that seemed like a wild complaint against it. Belle is right, I am sure, for Philip and I are enemies, and he is as much aware of that fact as I. Are you shocked as I that Philip has agreed? Yes, definitely. I feel now that I have been seeing him in something that was never there at all, and all of it is bad. Mayhap when we get a strong opinion of something like I have done about Philip, it colors our world so that we see nothing else. Do you know what I mean? Yes. I do. 'Tis good that you understand, Kristen. 'Tis as if, because I disliked him so, all of his bad points were magnified, and any good that was there became invisible. Not a very accurate picture at all, I'm afraid. How wrong I have been. I promise never again to treat him as the enemy. Philip is a patriot at heart. Do you think this is a good pledge? Yes. I think it is, Abigail. I am glad you support me in my wish to treat Philip kindly, Kristen. Now it remains to be seen how well I do. Uh-oh, August 24th, may he burn, the old warthog has fled. Oh no, warthog is gone. I repeat, the warthog is gone. Then did she scream at the top of her lungs, "You evil British warthog!" And she flung the pie she was carrying smack against the nearest tree. I think we have seen the last of Philip. Oh dear, we had such hope for him. I feel really bad for Lucy, don't you? Yes, I do. We really thought he was actually a good guy. She is so ashamed of herself. I do not want to say or do anything to make her feel worse. I am sure my warnings are ringing loud and clear in her ears even now. But to tell you the truth, I'm glad 'tis done. Absolutely. She deserves better if he doesn't return. Of course she does. A girl should have a boy who is honest and thinks she is a prize of his life and nothing less. I agree completely. To all the girls out there, what Abigail says is true. You deserve someone who is honest and thinks that you are the prize of their life. I have learned some things from my sister Beth, and one of those things is that no one will be able to treat you badly if you do not put up with it. And if you do not put up with it, 'tis more likely you will be seen as a great prize indeed. Poor Lucy. Uh-oh. Did you just see that? Papa found a story about a British soldier who was caught somewhere near these parts trying to coax the daughters of a farmer to give him food and fresh clothing. Oh dear. Abigail asked if they had a name, but they didn't. Roast duck and cabbage never tasted so good to me as they did today. Let's see what she has said to us. I'm sure that was Philip. Yes, it does sound like him. Well, I suppose we shall never know for sure, but Kristen, I'm glad he is gone. Let us hope we all learned something worthwhile from this adventure. I am sure I have. The epilogue. Before the war ended, both Abby and her sister fell in love and got married. Beth married Ben Valentine. Oh, the guy with no teeth. Beth married Ben Valentine. Abby met a blacksmith named Willie Campbell in 1787. They all moved west to the homestead in the Ohio River Valley in their new independent country. Aww. Okay, which of the following did I not receive for my 12th birthday? Did it say? I'm going to say a kite. I don't even think kites were invented yet.
Not quite.
Oh, maybe they... Well, duh. Benjamin Franklin used a kite. Why did I say that? Duh. Yes, of course kites were around. Kristen. Okay. A candlestick holder? A comb? A locket.
You're right.
Yes. Alright, this candle holder was one of my gifts for my 12th birthday. 'Tis beautiful and surely practical for writing in a diary. If only I could be given the gift of a long-standing supply of candles. They will be so tedious to make, and we are always running out. Alright, last one. Where does Helen Kern live? Doesn't she live with the family? Congratulations, this is my last collectible. It's a fine wooden comb that was a gift for my birthday from Helen Kern. If you've missed any questions along the way, you have more chances to get them right. Alright, I think we answered all of them. So that was a bit of a love story that Abigail witnessed with a terrible redcoat that was just taking advantage of Lucy. How sad. Let's go look for the collectibles in the scene. Shall we? Alright, there's the candle. I think we need to have a closer view. There's the cup. There's the ring. Oh, there's that necklace here. Oh, there's the ribbon and the comb and the jewel. Yeah, there they are. Oh, there's the bell. Alright, we have completed Abigail's story. So we just finished Abigail. 1778.
Let's carry on.
1910.
Okay.
Okay.
Yep.
1860.
Yep.
Okay. 1848.
Well then, come on. Come on then.
All right. Hattie Campbell will be our next story. Hattie Campbell, age 14, Oregon City, Oregon Territory, 1848. Hattie and her family completed the long and dangerous journey on the Oregon Trail. If you choose to join them in the American frontier, challenges, danger, and opportunity
Well,
await
come
you.
on. There's
Let's go. So we're here in Hattie's little cabin. There she is, sitting by the fire. I think this is just a one-room cabin, or is this... Maybe this is a room in the cabin. Back then, cabins were very small, though. Did they just have one bed? Maybe this is her private room. But yeah, there she is. Bed, a little dresser. I like Hattie's story personally. She's one of my favorites. She's not my top favorite. I will reveal that a little bit later. We've not gone to her yet, though, but we will. I also really like the music. It's very nice, easy, breezy music. Alright, we're gonna listen to everything Hattie has to say.
This Oregon Territory is one of the most beautiful places I've ever seen. Everything grows here in the summer, and the winter isn't nearly as bad as back in Missouri. Seems like more and more folks is arriving off the Oregon Trail every day. Pa says at this rate we'll be living in a bustling city before long. It's hard to believe we made it all the way along the Oregon Trail right to its very end. We walked until even our blisters had blisters. I'm real glad to be settled here in Oregon, but I sure do miss some of our friends back home in Missouri. The best thing about finally reaching Oregon is I'll never have to cross another river in a wagon.
really was just organized into the Oregon Territory. Maybe one of these days we'll become a state. Lots of folks around here are heading out for California on account of they just struck gold there, but I think we got plenty of opportunity right here. Pa says they got just about everything for sale up at the Fort Vancouver Trading Post. Once we got here to Oregon City, Pa built us a fine cabin with a stone fireplace and a window that looks out onto the road that goes right along the river. Ma says in order to move forward, we've got to forgive the past. Sure hope I can do that here. I got my first diary from my Aunt June when I turned 13. She says it's proper for a young lady to record her thoughts. All sorts of folks have been moving into Oregon lately. Even rich folks have been building mansions around here with more rooms than you can shake a stick at. There's nothing quite like one of our chivalries. The fiddlers playing such lively music and folks dancing up a storm. After what we've been through on the trail, I don't think Pepper and I will ever stop being best friends. I sure am glad we got a cow of our own now, though I'm not sure how much more butter I'll be able to churn. I'm still amazed at how tall the trees grow out here in the west. I guess some of them must be hundreds of years old. Pretty much the first thing Pa did when we got here was plant a whole mess of cherry and apple trees. They're so tall now, pretty soon Ma and me will be baking more pies than we've ever seen. Every time I look at Wade, I feel like he's about the most special boy I know. Makes me sorry still how he nearly passed away on account of a mistake I made on the trail. Wade says it takes 340 squirts to fill a gallon bucket with cow's milk. I suspect I'll find out soon enough. This Oregon Territory is one of the most beautiful places I've ever seen. Everything grows here in the summer, and the winter isn't nearly as bad as back in Missouri. Seems like more and more folks is arriving off the Oregon Trail every day. Pa says at this rate we'll be living in a bustling city before long. It's hard to believe we made it all the way along the Oregon Trail right to its very end. We walked until even our blisters had blisters.
We're going to check out her little bio. Hattie Campbell, nickname folks just call me Hattie, age 14, birthday January 15th, 1834, born in Boonsville, Missouri. Lives in a small cabin with my family in Oregon City at the far west end of the Oregon Trail. Distinctive personality traits. I'm an adventurous girl. I guess having come all the way from Missouri, practically on foot. I have to admit though, I tend to worry about things too much. My friend Pepper says I'm romantic and sentimental. When I see someone try to take advantage of me or anyone I care about, I can get really upset. Favorite people. Back home in Missouri, my best friend Becky was my favorite person, but now it's Pepper Lewis. Even though she's married now, we've been through so much together. I also feel really close to my Aunt June. And then there's Pepper's twin Wade. I have to admit, I sure got a sweet spot for him. Family tree. Pa's name is Charles, Ma's is Augusta. I also got 2 younger brothers, Jake who's 6 and Benny who's 2. I had 4 sisters, 3 older and 1 younger. They all died back in Missouri in the same summer of swamp fever. Aw. Ma's sister Aunt June and Aunt June's husband Uncle Tim are also close family members. Loves kittens, swimming, when I get the chance, singing and dancing, romance, tins of sweet-smelling fragrant soap, and dancing with a boy I like. Really dislikes missing folks, having to eat my vegetables, having to wear a bonnet, snakes of any sort, fast rivers, and having to cross them in a wagon, having to get up early in the morning, and getting sunburned. favorite place in the world, at our little table, looking out our window to the Oregon trees. Chores and skills, cooking, gardening, milking our cow, minding my brother Jake. Strongest memories. Once on a trail, I accidentally used water hemlock while making supper. 2 boys and little Cassia died because of it, and Wade came real close. I still have nightmares. Aw. Someday hopes to seeing everything there is to see in the Oregon Territory, falling in love, getting married, and living next door to Pepper. Here's a drawing of what it looks like crossing the Oregon Trail that was in a newspaper a few months back. Oxen struggling to haul a heavy load, folks pushing from behind to make it up hills. It all brings back so many memories. One thing though, we never really passed this close to any Indian camps. I think the artist was fudging things a bit. When we first got here, we lived in a makeshift tent for a while just to keep out of the rain. Right quick though, Pa got to work building us a real cabin like this one. We all pitched in, filling the spaces between the logs with mud and rocks. Here's a drawing of what Oregon City looks like these days. You can see lots of folks have been moving in and building like crazy right along the Willamette River. This drawing was given to me by one of the families that moved on to California looking for gold. This is a picture postcard Pa brought back from the trading post. It shows one of the prettiest sights we saw on the Oregon Trail, the Cascade Waterfall here in Oregon. After so many dusty days on the trail, we knew we had arrived someplace special when we saw these falls. Here's another sketch of our city. One of the new arrivals from the East did. He calls himself an artist. He says that means he imagines things and then he draws what he imagines. I guess he must have been imagining he was a bird when he drew this. I wonder if this is what everything looks like to a bird. Once we got settled here in Oregon, Pa bartered for a real butter churn. Don't know why, but this picture came with it. We let the milk sit in the churn for a couple of hours before the hard work begins. I always try to test the temperature of the cream before churning. If it's too warm, the butter comes out soft. If it's too cold, it takes hours and hours to churn. Alright, let's see what the first question will be. Where did I live before we moved to Oregon? Missouri.
That's right.
My first collectible is my grandmother's china plate. Mom calls it an heirloom, meaning that she's passing it on to me and someday I'll pass it on to my daughter. Can you find where I keep it in my cabin? Okay, what do we use to make candles? Alright, we'll keep an eye out for that. Let's begin Hattie's journey. Wednesday, November 1st, 1848, Oregon City, Oregon Territory. It's curious to think it's just over a year now since we've been settled here in Oregon City. Some days my memories of being on the Oregon Trail seem so alive and real in my head that it might have been just last week we was out there, sweating and getting stung by insects, and walking till even the blisters on our feet had blisters, seems like. Then other days it seems more like a far-off dream that maybe didn't really happen after all. Alright, we have our first message from Hattie. Anyone out there? Yes, I am. Good. Sometimes I get wondering if I'm just talking to myself. You ever feel like that, Kristen? Sometimes. You too? When I have a nightmare about the trail, I get that feeling. What are the nightmares about? One day I accidentally used poison roots in the camp supper. 3 kids died and my friend Wade nearly died. That's terrible. Do you have other nightmares? Yes, about the trail mostly. Like the time some folks got washed away trying to cross a river. Let's talk about happier things next time. Aw, poor Hattie. Saturday, November 4th. Finally, my chores are done and I have a minute to just sit and spell. Churning the butter's not really a favorite task of mine, but we're so lucky to have our own cow finally that I really shouldn't complain. Mom's been busy all day too with candle making. She's seen I'm not so good at mixing the beef fat to make tallow, so she does it mostly herself. All in all, I think things are going real well here in Oregon. It was a long and difficult journey, but now that I'm here, I'm glad we're not in Missouri anymore. Hi, Kristen. Want to play a guessing game to see how much you know about the Oregon Trail? Yep, I played the games. I should know a thing or two. Which of the following cities did the trail start in? Oh dear. Kansas? No, that's not. It was Independence. I knew that. Want another question? Yes. What's the name of the mountain we can see from Oregon City? Mount Oregon. Nope, it's Mount Hood. Aw, man, trick question. I didn't say I was good at the Oregon Trail game. Oh yes, we did pick up on how they make the candles. They use beef fat.
All right.
Seems like we can never have enough candles around here. And it's sure no fun making more. We first got to mix fat from beef to make tallow. Takes about 50 dips, if you're lucky, to make a candle. Look for it in my cabin. Okay. What color hair does Elizabeth have? Okay, we're gonna have to keep an eye out for Elizabeth and her hair color. Some very interesting things happen there, which I'll have to put down later as it's nearly time to eat, and I'm so hungry I could practically eat a whole buffalo. Do you like buffalo? I'd never eat buffalo. Well, what do you eat? Oh, pizza. What all is that? Brown bread with tomato and cheese. Sounds mighty good. Mighty is. Ooh, maybe Wade's a little jealous. Do you think I was wrong to dance with the other boys? Why would that be wrong? Wade's not your boyfriend. Well, Wade's a good friend. I don't want to hurt his feelings. Is that part of your secret problem? I'm not sure I'm ready to tell that. I hardly know you. Only if you want to. Well, I'll think on it a spell. Okay, she's still trying to gain our trust. Or we're still trying to gain her trust with us. Monday, November 6th. Today I took out two special things of mine. First, I got Grandma's china plate, which Ma says is an heirloom now. I kept it in my pocket all the way along the Oregon Trail, and all I know is I'm grateful it never broke through everything we went through. That's practically a miracle. My other thing is a stone from the North Platte River. Pepper gave it to me as a keepsake of the deep friendship we made coming west and the fine times we had together along the river under the summer sun. Kristen, want to hear more about my keepsakes? Yes, tell about the stone, because we know about the plate. Okay, it's a smooth coral-colored stone with thin threads of black running through it. It's beautiful to look at. It sounds pretty. It is. It's even more beautiful when I drop it in the water and it comes out all wet. Pa says he'll get it polished so it'll shine like it's wet all the time. How about the plate? My grandma got this plate when she and Grandpa got married. It's decorated with pretty pink roses. I still can't believe it made it all the way from Missouri. Alright, we know Elizabeth's hair color. Blonde sausage curls that made me feel like my own plain brown braided hair was nothing but a big mess. But Elizabeth acted just as friendly as a girl who might be living next door to us. I'll write more about it after I do some sweeping and other boring chores for Ma. What color is your hair? Well, it is a very weird mixture. I'll just say a brownish blonde. Sounds pretty perfect. Do you have curls? I'll just say no. She doesn't know what a curling iron is, probably. No. Me neither. Sometimes I wish I did. Me too. Well, God gave us straight, so isn't much to be done about it.
Yep.
Aunt June gave me this book not long after we arrived in Oregon. It's full of comforting sayings and poems. She's always looking after me that way, making sure I get to be a proper young lady. I'm not one for much highfalutin words, but reading this book has helped me feel better lots of times. Alright, the next question. What was the first newspaper in the Oregon Territory called? Okay. Kristen, you busy with chores? No, what's up? Have you ever met someone and knew right away they were a friend? Yes. So, you know how I'm feeling about my new friend Elizabeth. I thought you were talking about me. Well, I guess I was too. Looks like I made two friends this week. Yes, you did. Even though you don't know what a curling iron is, but you know how to use instant messenger. Like I was saying, it's not that I'm lazy, just that sometimes seems unpleasant getting to school. I just as soon sit home by a big fire and learn how to use the spinning wheel like Ma is. Pa learned how to build spinning wheels from a man in town and then made one for Ma. He says maybe one day we could even get our own sheep and have wool to spin. I told him I like the idea of having animals of every kind, but we might need a bigger barn soon. You got a big barn, Kristen? We don't have a barn. Where do you keep the horses and sheep? In my room. Very funny, Kristen. I knew you had a sense of humor when I first met you. Thursday, November 9th. Today I woke up thinking on that school called the Young Ladies Academy. With a name like that, it sounds comfy and cozy. And full of things a log school won't ever have. I bet anything Elizabeth goes to that school. I hope to see her soon, but I don't know how I'll manage that since I don't even know where she lives. Maybe tomorrow I should walk over to the academy to find Elizabeth. What do you think? Good idea. Then I will, tomorrow. You know, Kristen, part of me sorely wishes I could go to that school myself. Why do you want to go there? First of all, I bet they got good heat in every room and who knows what all. Second of all, I want to have the best education I can for I want to make something myself one day. Friday, November 10th bedtime. It's getting dark earlier every day, which means we'll be burning more candles, which means I'll be making more candles. Felt sad all day today, as if the cold weather exposed the true and lonely nature of the frontier. I've decided I need more friends. My goal is to find Elizabeth. Then we could meet and talk, just like we planned. And maybe she'd remember about me asking, me to supper, and I could go home with her. Pepper's still my closest friend, of course. Tell me more about Pepper. Pepper and I are still fast friends, but having a husband gives a girl a whole different sort of pattern to alter her life. So things are different between us now. Okay, what's so different between you? Well, I see her and Gideon together. I'm glad in my heart to seem so happy themselves, but I also feel kind of lonely. I feel a kind of lonely thing too. Pepper, Gideon, and baby Michael make a whole family, but I'm just me. What are you gonna do about it? Not sure yet. Been writing these thoughts to you makes me think directly on the private thing of my mind. I can't share it just yet, but it's a thing to get figured out fast, I hope. Sunday, November 12th. Fog, 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 and winds full and nasty wet. But the fire in our little log house makes things nice and cheery, and as I sit here, it's crackling warm as toast. One thing I'm sure glad about this minute is that I don't have to go out anywhere the rest of the day, now that we're back from church. Turns out Wade's coming over for supper in a bit. Pa invited him, and I saw how his eyes lit up with happiness when he said, "Sure, Mr. Campbell, I'd be honored to come on by." Do you ever dream of your own wedding? Yes. Well, Pepper's wedding under the trees was real special. She wore her best dress. Was it lacy? I knew you were rich. We rarely see lace out here. Pepper's dress was just calico, but it was mighty pretty. This past year, those trees have grown so much they're taller than me now. And Pa says pretty soon we'll have a whole plot full of beautiful blossoming things. And Ma says more pies than we can eat. There's nothing better than fresh fruit pie. Oh, what about chocolate cake? I never had a treat like that, but once or twice, if ever. It's not a thing you can go counting on in these parts. We eat cake all the time. Are you fooling me, Kristen? You must live in a land of milk and honey. Do you think it's better to be a state or a territory? A state. Why is that? Because you get to be part of the United States. That is something, isn't it? Fall's been nice, all of its orange and brown colors, and of course the corn husking. were so much fun. It being so nice today, I kinda got an itch to try to find Elizabeth over at the academy. Do you think I should? Yes. I couldn't agree more. I'm off. Although this looks like just a rock, this stone is from the North Platte River and has a lot of meaning for me. Pepper gave it to me on the trail as a keepsake for our new friendship. It's very smooth since it's been worn down by the water and the other rocks rushing over it in the river for maybe hundreds of years. Alright, the next question will be, what are my nightmares usually about? Poisoning weight on the trail.
You got it!
This carved comb came from some folks who were heading to California and needed to barter for some supplies. They said it was made back east, but I'm sure I wouldn't know if it was. Lots of folks going to California these days, even though they got to trade to get supplies to get there. Okay, what's the name of Pepper's husband? Gideon.
Good job!
This ring came all the way from New York City. My Aunt June says now that she seen how Wade and I are getting along, she says that it's time I start fancying myself up like a proper girl. Ma just shakes her head. What did Wade do after dinner? Well, I guess we'll find out. Just knew she would go to a school like that. She saw me with a look of surprise, but then she smiled. I didn't feel so awkward coming across her like that. Elizabeth and I may just become friends after all, Kristen. What did you do? We walked together a ways down Main Street and even went down by the river, tossed some stones as far as we could into the water while we talked. That sounds like a fun time. Fort Vancouver used to be run by Mr. McLaughlin, and even though he left there and came back to live in Oregon City, everyone thinks so highly of him, mostly I suppose because he was the one who started this whole town. I can hardly imagine what it would be like to come to some empty place and start your own city. There aren't that many folks here, of course, but more coming in every single day now, and however many it is, it's a heck of a lot more than none. How often do you go to the trading post, Kristen? We don't have trading posts. How do you buy your flour and fabric and things? At the neighborhood mall, or the neighborhood store. There are some shops here in Oregon City, but it's nothing like the trading post where you can get stuff from back east, like hard candy. Monday, November 20th. We studied about our city and its short history today. Miss Wintergreen, our teacher, says even though folks keep coming in, our population is less now than last year due to gold being discovered in California. Lots of people are going off in hopes of finding their fortune, I guess. She says people are getting more crazy every minute to get rich on some crazy scheme. You ever been to California? I live in California. No fooling. I hear you can just reach down and pick nuggets out of the water. Well, I don't know about that anymore, but I guess, yeah, back then, absolutely. Maybe? I don't know. Do we still have gold here? Maybe we do. I assume it's all been found, though. Oh no. Rolled back in his head, he felt backwards into the ground, panting furiously and sounding like he surely was having the life choked out of him. I screamed, "Wade, Wade!" But he kept on choking and no one came near to help me. He was clawing at the air in the wildest way too, as were the other poison children, and I was scared to death. Did I ever tell you I almost poisoned Wade in real life? Horrible. I didn't even mean to do it. There was this water hemlock and we were hungry. I didn't know it was poison. I wasn't thinking, I guess, and people died because of me. It wasn't your fault. You're good to try to soothe my feeling, but it was my fault. It was. So there's some stuff we still haven't noticed. It'd be grand if I could keep on riding just now, but I got my after-school chores to take care of, and Ma isn't gonna let me get out of it. You got chores? Yes, I do. What do you have to do? I have to churn butter, and sweep the dirt floors, help make bread, make soap, and wring out the laundry. I gotta do the laundry. That doesn't sound so bad. I know a girl whose chore is to empty chamber pots every morning. If you don't know what a chamber pot is, don't ask. Oh dear. Thursday, November 23rd. All this talk around the house suddenly about rich folks. Aunt June and Uncle Tim was over for supper tonight with baby River Ann. So it was a big bunch in our little house, 7 counting all of us. Good thing we got some chairs and extra stools and things now so we can all sit at the same time. Not like last year. Pa said to all, and sounding right proud, how I got invited to the Sawyer's house. I tried to make it like it isn't a big thing, but I could see they were all impressed. What did your mother say? Ma said, yes, well, that's all nice and all, but just 'cause they got a big old house don't mean they better folks than us. That is true. Before bed. One thing I truly wish I had tonight with all the loud talk and hollering grown-ups was someplace quiet to go. Some days I hope to have just one room all to myself, just some private place all my own. Doesn't have to be big at all. But I'm afraid it'll take a while to have such a place unless I can get over all the questions in my head about weight and things. So till that happens, I gotta just sit here and listen to all that talk. Don't you like to be alone and think? Yes. Where do you go when you get feeling like that? To my room. Sounds like you get an awful lot of room there at your homestead. After all we've been through together on the trail and all, I sorely doubt that'll happen. Seeing Pepper's life makes me think about my own. Are you thinking of getting married? It's suppose I am. Plenty of girls my age get married. Why, Pepper was 14 last year when she hitched up with Gideon, and everybody's looking at me like, why not me too? Girl, you're 14, you got time. Top it all off, Pa has asked whether I want to go with him back to the trading post in Fort Vancouver to pick up more supplies. You'd think I'd be happy about all this good fortune, but I'm not. That's because all 3 of these events are supposed to transpire tomorrow. Since I'm only one person and cannot do all 3, I must make a choice. And I'm going to take a guess that she needs our help deciding. Kristen, you have earned my trust and friendship. Which do you think I should do? Go on a walk with Wade, go to Elizabeth's house, go to the train post in Vancouver? Well, I know all the girls are gonna want me to go on a walk with Wade, right, ladies? No, there'll be one that says, I didn't want you to pick that one. I want you to go to Fort Vancouver. Well, I want to see what happens when she goes on the walk with Wade, too. Let's admit it. Wade it is. You reckon this walk will wind up making Wade and me more than just friends? If so, it'll be all your fault. Smiley face. That's me, little Bumblebear the matchmaker. Sunday, November 26th, the big day. Wade just come by to take a walk with me. Pa asked him to take a look at the trees with the sun scorched. So, guess I'll write till they get back inside. I've been thinking about when I met Wade and Pepper on the way from Missouri. By the time we finally got here safe to Oregon City, after all those long, hard months, I felt Wade and me was real close. But sometimes his face shows a look now that seems to tell more than just us being friends. I hear Pa and Wade coming back. So, that's enough about that. Was there any? No, there wasn't. Oh, yes, there was. Pepper says Wade has feelings for me. What with this walk and all, I reckon that maybe she's right. Are you sweethearts? I just don't know. I'm not too sure I know what friendship is or what falling in love is. Or even if maybe I'm in love. Love, that is, right this very minute. Well, I'm in it. Love, that is, right this very minute. If I could just know for sure, I feel a whole lot more steady about things, seems like. You ever been in love? I think so. So you didn't know for sure? Sounds like me. Sunday after our walk. Wade was on his best behavior and looking very handsome. So even though it was cloudy and cold outside, I welcomed the excuse to get out for some air. Even wearing my mittens, I could feel the firm, warm touch of his fingers when he took my hand. We walked, not saying too much for a spell, except for when we saw some deer tracks and followed them through the woods a while. Then finally Wade says to me, you know, Hattie, I never blame you for a second over what happened when I got poisoned out there. You know that, don't you? I said I know that, but I'm not so sure I really do. My Lord, 3 children died. I felt somewhat better when Wade gave me the prettiest little vase I ever saw. What happened? After we'd followed the deer tracks for a while, we doubled back and walked down to the river where it was misty and even colder still. Then he took the vase out of his pocket and wrapped it in nice muslin and gave it to me. Oh, okay. Vase. That must have been a very small vase to fit in his pocket. I picture like a huge flower vase. golden orange color. Not till then is they good enough to eat. I like it if Pa would grow persimmons too. Pepper came over just as we was finishing up with the preserves, and she looked so nice and pretty in a new pretty calico dress that Gideon bought for her. She misses us being together every day, she says, and wants to talk. So I promised to come for a visit at her house this Saturday. Have you ever tasted persimmon? I feel like I have, but I'm not sure, but I have seen them in stores. I like lots of different kinds of fruit. What do you like? I like strawberries. I've done heard of them, but I never had one. You ain't growing strawberries in Oregon? Really? Okay. Stick bends down toward the ground of its own accord. It means something's there, maybe water. Maybe who knows what. Some forks find fresh water or even coins and such. Pepper calls her dowsing stick Mr. Reliable. Has she had much success? According to Pepper, Mr. Reliable always comes up with something from underground. Alright, what did you find today? We found all kinds of stuff, although we couldn't really prove it. The stick pointed out a lot of underground water, of course, since that's the main reason for dowsing, but we also found a tin badge and silver button. What's the best thing you found? At one point, Pepper gave it to me to hold, and all the while I was thinking that it's kind of an odd thing to name a dowsing rod. Sure enough, though it worked, I found a beautiful black arrowhead made of sling. Oh, that was cool. Oh my gosh, they eat bear. I felt embarrassed by that to my toes, and was real glad when Josiah shook hands with Pa and hurried off. After he'd gone, Pa went, real loud and started walking up again, right beside me, not even daring to look back. Do you think Pa doesn't like Josiah? No? Maybe he's scared you're gonna get married. I hadn't thought of it that way. You think my pa's worried about losing me? Probably all fathers are. Oh my goodness. It's a love triangle. She has two guys that like her. I asked Aunt June about this and she showed me how to figure it out. Mom says it's just a silly superstition, but Aunt June swears it's a truth-telling system. She says first you peel an apple all in one piece without breaking the peel at all. Then you give it a toss, and when it lands, it'll spell out the first initial of your true love. Huh. I wonder if that works. Kristen, I just peeled an apple. Being real careful to keep the peel on one piece, and now it's time to tell my fortune. Good luck. I just tossed the peeling over my shoulder and about to turn around. Had it laying there on the ground. Which letter was it? By golly, it's a J! Oh, wow. A J. The lace curtains and all, I felt her watching me closely. I still want that as bad as she does, I swear I do. But my heart's in a dilemma, to be sure. When Pepper said, "Wage sure sweet on you, Hattie," I didn't know how to reply, so I just nodded and stared into the fire, wishing some answer would leap out and burn me with the truth. Do you think Pepper knows how I feel about Josiah? I don't know, but she's totally looking out for Wade. Well, he is her brother, and it's part of the plan we made. That's the bed where you sleep, Hattie? I thought his voice was nearly in shock from the sound of it. Then he invited me over to his and Elizabeth's. We had the best time at Elizabeth's house. What did you do? We played hide and seek all over their house. It was Elizabeth's idea, and even though I think it's a thing for younger children than all of us, Josiah agreed to play, so I felt I should too. Ooh, what'd you guys eat for supper? They served venison for dinner. Oh, yes, baby cow. I think it's I forgot how to say this, but I think it's venison, but I know I'm gonna know in a second. But yeah, that baby cow stuff, I don't eat that. Which I didn't like at all, to be honest. But after dinner, we played hide and seek some more. It seemed specifically fun when Josiah came hunting for me and found me crouched beside the big armoire in the back bedroom. Did anything happen between you and Josiah? Listen to this. Beside the armoire, he grabbed my arms with his hands and pulled me right close to him, and I dare say he was thinking to kiss me. Have you ever been kissed, Kristen? This is such a personal question. Well, just by my parents and stuff. Me too, but I've never been kissed by a boy. Monday, December 11th. It appears Ma and Aunt June are all in favor of me being courted by Josiah Sawyer. They could talk of nothing else tonight at supper. It made me feel a little excited to think of it, I admit. That way I could for sure live in a big house, no question. Plus he's a smart boy and well on his way in the world. Being all of 17 just this fall, I discovered. But Pa sure isn't having any of Josiah. What does that say about him? He calls Josiah Mr. Josiah High and Mighty, which suggests to me he doesn't approve. I wonder why. Oh no. Josiah just stood there poking at the animal with stones and laughing as if it was some kind of cruel game. I didn't do nothing except to take hold tight of Wade's elbow and turn him around, claiming I was so cold I couldn't walk another step except toward home. Now that my feelings have caught up with me, I'm hopping mad at Josiah. I think you should drop him immediately. Animal cruelty is a no-no. Oh, Kristen, my heart's breaking. I can't talk about it no more. Just before bed, still thinking on what I witnessed, and I can't do nothing but think on it. I'm more sure than ever Wade knew all along about who was at the river. He probably saw Josiah just before he came to fetch me, which is why he rushed me down there as fast as he could, it seems like. That is a hurtful thing to show to a girl, though, isn't it? I should be so mad at him. I've been trying ever since it happened, but somehow I'm not able to get so mad at Wade as I'd like. Tonight, my life changed forever. You just never can predict how things will go. Did something surprising occur today? night after supper, we were all sitting around the fire talking about plans for Christmas. That got me to thinking what a good time I had a year ago Christmas when we was just settling in. I mean to say, what a good time me and Wade had. Then, just as I conjured him up or something, there came a knock at the door, and in walked Wade himself. What did you do? We always have a good time with Wade. He's so well liked in this family. He's nearly part of us. Pop pulled him up a three-legged stool with no hesitation at all. Late though it was, and Ma brought sugar cookies. Pop proceeded then to talk a blue streak. What did your father have to say? He talked about how the square mile of land a man and woman get when they get married, and how the sooner a man claims his acreage around these parts, the better. I knew what Pa was up to. He was aiming to set a fire under Wade, I'm pretty sure. What did Wade do? Pa surely succeeded because I walked Wade outside as he was leaving, and we was out there only 10 seconds when clear out of the blue he proposed. Did you say yes? Hold your horses. The first instant after he proposed, without even thinking about it, I wanted to leap for joy and set the date for the wedding. Then I remembered all about Josiah and the complications I've been feeling lately. So I asked if I could give him my answer in a day or two after I thought it out. Okay. Was it romantic? I was too nervous to tell. We were just standing out in the cold and in the moonlight. I could see Wade looking at me with his calm, intelligent face, and I nearly melted. No matter the cold. Is that it? Oh yes, we can answer that one question about what Wade did after dinner.
All right.
This mirror was packed in a trunk we had to leave behind on the trail. We were all plain overjoyed when some new arrivals showed up at our cabin with the trunk. This mirror was another of Ma's heirlooms. Her grandma gave it to her, Ma, and she's fixin' to give it to me one day. Oh, he threw the puppy on the floor. Well, yep, okay, that's the end of Josiah. She said, Josiah, sorry, I wouldn't marry you if you was the richest bully on the face of the earth. Josiah was stunned when he realized it was me. He pushed aside, and then he said, well, I didn't ask you, did I? Oh, goodness. Sunday, December 17th. Seems like a lot's happened over the past few days. Feels like I grew up a lot the past few weeks, too. When I think on it, I know I got to imagining so hard about living in a big fancy house that I couldn't see nothing but being in love with Josiah Sawyer. But all the while, I was always watching myself around him that I never bothered to get to know his true side. With Wade, it's like I'm always being just myself and never having to worry about what he thinks, because he always thinks the best of me. Do you think me a fool for falling for Josiah? Stuff like this happens all the time. Sometimes you don't know someone. You know, I apologized to Mom when I told her I wasn't going to be seeing Josiah no more, and maybe not even Elizabeth Nina. But when I done that, Ma said, "Why, Hattie, apologize? Whatever for?" I said it because I probably wasn't going to never marry a rich boy. She laughed and said all she wanted was having me happy as she could. And right this minute, I am too. Well, look at that. Remember that doe that we saw Josiah picking on? Apparently Wade rescued it and it's alive. That's a relief. You know what? I think that's the answer to this. What did Wade and I see that gave us good luck? The doe.
Good job.
There's a woodworker in town who makes the prettiest things you ever saw. He carved this horse out of a single piece of oak and polished it real pretty. I had to beg Pa, but we ended up trading 2 geese lamps of tallow for it. Oh, it's so pretty. Turns out that Wade had rescued the doe from the trap and from the hands of the cruel Josiah. Then I got the most bashful of all my life and said, "You know what you asked me the other night? Well, my answer is yes." Wade let out the loudest whoop I ever heard and said, "Hattie, this is the happiest day of all time." For me too. Tuesday, December 19th. A month from today, I'll be 15 years old. Wade and me will have our own parcel of land by then too. It would be a lot of work in very cold weather to start building, but I got to have a house next to Pepper as soon as I can. Kristen, I'm so excited. Have you talked to Elizabeth? I saw Elizabeth on the road in town yesterday evening. She was friendly to me in a cool way, though. She said she heard the news and hoped I'd be happy. I will be. I don't know that for sure with all my heart, I told her. She nodded like she was about to say something more, but then nothing came. Evening. After lunch, Pa, Jake, Benny, me, and Wade all went and chopped down a tree for Christmas. We got lots of fir boughs, too, to lay around the floors and tack to the walls so it will smell as fresh and like Christmas inside us out. Ma says we'll string popcorn for the trees and cranberries. But even though we're doing so much to prepare for the holidays, we got as much to do for the wedding, I reckon. It isn't going to be fancy or nothing, but it will be extra special and nice. Where is the wedding going to be? In Aunt June and Uncle Tim's big barn, since there's room afterward, a fine party with all kinds of music and dancing and good things to eat. Her nightmare stopped. That's good. Now she doesn't have to live with that guilt anymore about the poisoning. Friday, December 22nd. 2 days till I'm hitched to Wade, and I'm nervous, but in a good way and happy way. Ma told me a little something today about the things to gather to make your wedding a specially lucky day. They are something old, something new, something borrowed, and something blue. Let's ask, because I know we're going to ask one of these. What will be the new thing she's getting? A brand new camisole with pink ribbons for Ma and Aunt June. Aw, that'll be pretty. little while, we'll all head off to the wedding. For the wedding, and my life will take a big turn into new territory. I guess I'm used to that kind of thing in a way, so I ain't scared. I'm happy to bursting, in fact. And when I think back to the glow that shined from Pepper's face after she met Gideon, I now know exactly what she was feeling, and I'll always be grateful for her advice to help me figure out my way. Between dear Wade and Josiah, I promised I would record her advice on my wedding day, so here it is. She said, Hattie, you gotta look for a boy who thinks you're a precious gem he's lucky to have. And a true love is a thing that grows and gets deeper, even if it don't seem so exciting all at first. Never go chasing after some boy who's hardly pays you any mind, just 'cause he makes your heart flutter. The right boy will see how special you are and will always cherish that. No matter what, even on your bad days, even when you go live in a place that ain't so grand as his, you deserve the best. That's exactly what Pepper told me, and I think the best is exactly what I got. The epilogue. For the rest of their happy lives, Hattie and Wade lived in their house adjacent to Pepper and Gideon. Although they were never able to have children of their own, they adopted the 6-year-old twins Sarah and Blue when the parents of the twins died in a buggy accident. Hattie's Aunt June and Uncle Tim had 3 sons and a daughter, and many of Hattie's cousins had successful lives in the rapidly developing West. The unexpected friendship that developed between Hattie and Mrs. Kenker on the Oregon Trail lasted until the widow died in her cottage in the summer of 1849. And that is the story of Hattie. It was a love story, better than the Abigail one. Abigail's was about her friend not really finding the right love. But Hattie found love. Okay, I'm going to say it was the Oregon Times. No.
Oops. Try again.
The Bugle?
Nope.
Oh dear.
Let's try, though.
There we go.
That's right.
Wade gave me these ribbons one day for no special reason. Times like that, he makes me blush so, calling me the prettiest girl in Oregon. Which I know isn't so. He said he asked his pa to bring them back specially from the Fort Vancouver train post, just for me. Okay, we have another one. Potash sounds like potatoes, but I know that's not true. I'm gonna say mixing cement.
Nope.
No.
Let's try, though.
There we
You
go.
got it.
Nice going. This is my last collectible. It's Pa's pocket watch. Just about the only fancy thing he owns, I guess. If you missed any questions along the way, feel free to go back and answer them now. Let's see. I think that is all. All right. That was Hattie's story. So we have done Mem, Abigail, and Hattie. I believe Clotee is next.
Yep.
Because these two are the 1900s. Okay, Clotee, age 13, Belmont Plantation, Virginia, 1860. Clotee is a slave who leads a secret life as a conductor on the Underground Railroad.
Let's get started.
Join
Ain't
her.
got much time.
Okay, Clotee, join her on the Virginia plantation where she risks her life helping fellow slaves escape to freedom. Let's go, girl. We got some slaves to free. I like Clotee. I like her story. So she's just hanging out, what looks like under a bridge, or maybe it's a railroad. I can't quite tell. Maybe it's railroad. Looks like slats for a railroad. So she's just kind of sitting here. You know what I realized? We didn't look at Hattie's room for all the collectibles. I'm sorry. I just realized that. Alright, let's see. There's the pocket watch. There's the horse. That's the mirror. Like the other thing over there. There's a plate. I'm gonna get rid of you. There's a plate. There's the ribbon. Okay. She's just kind of sitting there. And of course we have 3 songs we'll be able to listen through, so here's the first one. Banjo music. It says, this is Clotee's diary. For fear of being caught, Clotee writes her diary in secret. If you wish to speak to her directly, it is safer to use the instant messages. On the yellow tabs, you'll find questions that unlock Clotee's hidden collectibles. Alright, but first let's listen to all of her voice lines.
I often think about just what a different place this world would be if slavery be abolished. Then I think, thanks be to every abolitionist who walked this earth. Slaves ain't supposed to know how to read nor write, so I always got to watch real close that my secret don't get found out. I'm far enough from the big house here in my riding spot that I should feel safe. Still seems like I got 1,000 eyes watching me all the time. If Mama be looking down on me from heaven, I'm sure she's proud as she can be to see me helping folks skate north on the Underground Railroad. Got word? There's a bunch of slave catchers sniff around these parts. Means a body got to be extra careful in every step they take. When you work at Belmont Plantation, your work ain't never done. There's cleaning the big house, cooking meals, tending the fields, gardening, scrubbing, and that's just the beginning. I truly miss my good friend Spicy and Hints, but I ain't never regretted helping them escape from off this place. Round here, Belmont the only stop on the Underground Railroad for miles. That's why I decided to stay here for now and keep this station open. Those of us working on the railroad got our own secret language to pass messages without getting found out. Anybody get caught end up hanging for sure, or possibly worse. Folks been speaking the name Abraham Lincoln for president. Say he's supposed to be for us slaves. I'd be real curious to know how exactly he planned to help us out of this sorry business. I don't think I ever been as surprised as when I found out William's tutor, Mr. Holmes, was a real abolitionist. Seems like Master Henley always finding ways to turn us slaves one against the other. He ready just like that to reward any fool who agree to open their mouth and talk against their own. I got to keep a watchful eye on Missy, Miss Henley's favorite. That girl got some mean grudge against me. Used to write my diary on scraps of paper I dug out of the trash. But that time's long gone since now Mr. Holmes sent me a real book with lots of fine blank pages in it. James River flow through here so cool and nice, make me want to jump in and learn to swim. But that's just one more thing slave owners don't want us knowing. A body that could swim might make it to the other side and straight out of here. One day I'll be on the Underground Railroad heading north myself. But for now, it seems important I stay here and do the work to help others go safe. I'm lucky I've always had Aunt T here with me to share my secrets with, though there's some things I can't tell even her. Can't wait for the big times at the end of the year. Even us slaves get a fine meal and some time for festivities. Some folks say when the moon be full, you gotta turn your apron over for good luck. Don't care what you do. I just don't know how much luck a slave ever gonna have.
from the slave quarters gonna be sent to the auction block again. My stomach feel plain sick every time I hear how somebody be bought or sold just like a bag of beans. I often think about just what a different place this world would be if slavery be abolished. Then I think, thanks be to every abolitionist who walked this earth.
Okay, this is Clotee's little bio. Nickname, Uncle Heb always called me Sunflower Girl. He said 'cause my face looked like it was always facing the sun, full of brightness. Birthday, mid-April, 1837. Ain't sure about the exact date, but everyone say I come along during the time of the dogwoods are blooming. Born in Belmont Plantation, where I've lived my entire life. Distinctive personality traits. Despite all I've seen and experienced, I'd say I'm optimistic. At least I got a strong vision of helping others get to a better life, and maybe making a better life for myself. As a conductor and knowing how to read and write and all, I got to keep to myself. Pretty much lest I get caught, but Uncle Heb used to tell me that I got a real inquisitive mind and that I'm a natural leader. Favorite people, Aunt T, of course. She's the closest thing, spicy and hints, even though I helped them escape long ago. Mr. Harms, the first real live abolitionist I ever met. Family tree. My mama's name was Risa. She was the best dressmaker in these parts. She sewed all the ladies' dresses on the Belmont Plantation until she was given as a wedding present to Master Henley's sister. I only saw her a few other times after that, when her new owners brought her on visits to Belmont. She died when I was still young. My daddy's name is Bob Coleman. So Clotee Coleman, that must be her name. I never knew him though. He drowned in the James River before I was born. Loves all folks who believe in abolishing slavery, learning as much as I can, and teaching and helping others. Looking at maps of the world in the atlas, eating ginger cake and cornbread, working with plants and watching things grow. Really dislikes slavery and injustice of every kind. Tattletales, thunderstorms, they far too noisy and make it harder to move slaves along the Underground Railroad. Favorite places in the world. I got a secret hiding place where I sit and write my diary. Can't tell you where it is though. Chores and skills. Seems like I got more chores than I can count around here. Gardening, cooking, churning, dusting and cleaning the big house. Quilting. I got one special skill though. It got to remain a secret. I know how to read and write. Oh. Special memories. Finding out that Spicy and Hints made it safely to freedom in the north. My mama's smile. And maybe dancing with that handsome Buddy Barnes, Clarissa's driver. Someday hopes to have my freedom when the time comes. Read the entire Bible myself. See more of the world outside of Belmont Plantation. My scrapbook. Once when I was cleaning Master Henry's atlases, this sheet came loose. I figured he won't miss it much. It showed the state where I live, Virginia, and a whole mess of other states to the north. Who knows, maybe I'll even use this map when I get to travel to freedom. Right when Mas Henley saw this picture in the newspaper of Abraham Lincoln, he throwed right in trash. They say this Lincoln wants to be president of this country and that he is for freeing the slaves. Don't know much about the man myself, but anyone who upset Mas Henley so much can't be all that bad. One day, Mr. Harms left this picture for me of someone named Phyllis Wheatley. He said it was to inspire me since she was a slave who also learned reading and writing and even wrote a book. Maybe I'll write a book someday, but seeing how she lived so long ago, it makes me wonder when we ever gonna get rid of slavery. Sometimes when I help somebody escape to the north, they can't take everything with them. One man left this picture behind. I never found out where it came from, but it sure shows how folks live around these parts. This is from a magazine that Mr. Harms had. He said it was something called an advertisement for a newspaper by an abolitionist named William Lloyd Garrison. Don't know why I keep it, except I like the name Liberator, and hope someday to read the whole thing. Seems folk in other places been contemplating a lot about whether they want slavery or not. This paper show a compromise they made some years back about which places to let folks keep slaves. Maybe California is the place I'll go, since they ain't gonna allow slaves there. Don't see why anyone anywhere need to keep a slave at all, though. Alright. Let's begin her story. Early May 1860. Here I sit hidden in the spring woods, far enough from the big house that I can't be seen, but still all too close to ever feel real safe. Even these woods could have eyes all around, watching and waiting to tattle on me. Slaves ain't allowed to learn reading or writing, so if someone catch me, I'd be whipped bad or worse. There anybody there? Yes, there is. You a slave or free? I am free. Then I gotta get. I'm not supposed to be talking to no one free. Yes, you can, girl. What you talking about? This is America. Got to go. Can't sit here much longer, as I'm supposed to be on my way to Miss Lily in the big house, and I'm sure I got no idea what for. But when the mistress of Belmont Plantation sent for you, you better get and get quick. So that's all for now.
Good one.
This is my first collectible. It's a button from a dress my mama made for Miss Lily's daughter, Clarissa. I saw it fall off one day when Miss Lily was taking the dress out, but I didn't say nothing. Just kept the button for myself. Can you find it by the bridge? The next question will be, who arrives on the plantation that causes me so much worry? Okay, we'll keep an eye out for that. Later on, seems that sly girl Missy, who's been working in the big house now instead of me, took sick and been sent back to the slave quarters till she well. That means I'm needed around there for a while, but long as Missy ain't looking over my shoulder to watch my business, I reckon I can stay out suspicion by Miss Lily and Mas Henley, all for now. Kristen? What is it, Clotee? You there? Ain't you? Yes. But you're free, ain't you? Gotta get. Can't trust you. Oh my goodness. Oh, should I have said I was not free? Is that the only way she'll talk to me? Middle of the day. I was just working up at the house. Ain't like what I seen or heard. Who's this Mr. Rigbottom, and what exactly does he know? Oh, is that the weird guy? I don't know. Kristen, can I trust you? I'm not sure. You know what? Let me just play into this. I don't know. I'll trust you anyway. Oh, thank you, Clotee. I'll trust you anyway for now. Those words of Mas Henley disturbed my mind so bad I was afraid they'd both be seeing how my hands was shaking. This is bad, bad news. Something I gotta find out about. All for now. You know Rigbottom, right? Oh yeah, of course. Totally. Maybe. Then the answer is no. If you met him, you'd remember him. He's a big, fat, honorary looking man with a deep, ugly laugh. Okay, so he's big, fat, and ugly. Very well. getting longer now. Although I got a lantern, I got to be real careful about using it as someone might spot me and I'd be in serious trouble. So I try my best to steal some minutes out of here before night. That's when my real work starts. Mom would be proud if she could see me learning to be a conductor on the railroad, underground railroad, that is. Hey, Kristen, you got a mama? Yes, I got a mama. I don't. But who knows? Maybe my mama's looking down from heaven and seeing me anyway, even right now. What was your mama like? What do you remember about your mama? Did your mama teach you things? I guess, do we know how the mom died? I don't know if we do. Don't want to get on that cause it's like she was here right now. I can see her nodding and smiling, give me courage. She ain't dead, not really. Okay, I guess we won't know. Next day, courage is one thing I need as much of as I can get, especially after hearing those words of Mass Henley earlier. A few nights from now, dark of the moon, I'll be helping to send another set of folks on their way to freedom. Freedom in Canada. Kristen, do you know anything about the Underground Railroad? Yes, I do. That's good. I had to explain to Aunt T the other night that the Underground Railroad ain't a real train like that one we hear passing over the James River. No, it's more like a bunch of secret paths that the abolitionists used to get slaves out of the South into free states and even onto Canada far up north. While weeding this morning, I let my mind wander. Heard the train whistle blowing off in the distance and made me think about our train, the Freedom Train. All for now. Want to hear more about my life, Kristen? Where do you live? What are your chores? What are your chores? Although we know, we'll ask anyways. I'm lacking to a maid. What part of that do you want to hear about? Cleaning, cooking, serving, gardening. I want to know about the gardening. Ms. Lily say she want me helping with the gardening, but she say I can just head on back to the quarters at the end of every day. Fine with me. Later. Just to have a real bound book full of pages blank as snow is a thing so amazing I reckon God be watching over me or something. That's something most slaves like me don't never have a use for, let alone ever get a chance to have for their very own. It's something to tell, how I come across this little book, but it's got to wait. Got to go do house things for Miss Lily before she leave for Richmond. I love writing, but I have to get to work now. Bye! Tell me, Kristen, I need to be building a cover, a hideaway place for when I'm expecting to meet runaways. Where should I build the hiding place? Under the bridge, in the nearby woods, in the tobacco fields. Why not under the bridge? I figure if it's good enough hiding space for me, it's good enough hiding space for them. Okay. Clotee is the most talkative girl we have met because it seems like every page she has a message for us. Morning, next day. Missy's still ailing and she none too happy to be back in the quarters either. It surprised me what Miss Lily said about her wanting me to do gardening. She said, Clotee, I noticed you got away with growing things, so you might as well put it to good use. Today Miss Lily going to visit her friends in Richmond. Little does she know what I'm really growing. Freedom! Missy makes me madder than anyone else, even Ma's Henley. Why? Even sick as a dog, she mean and trying to overhear tidbits she can pass on to Miss Lily. Why she want to go against her people just to get an ugly handkerchief or nasty pair of worn out old shoes from the mistresses? The mistress beyond me.
Yep, that's right.
This is my very own sun hat that Hints made for me before I helped Spicy and him escape. He made it by weaving field grasses tightly together till they hold fast. Look around by the bridge to see where I keep it. Okay, the next question. Who told me to start taking care of the garden? Oh, that's Miss Lily.
Good one.
I keep this book hidden out here at my writing spot. It's from Mr. Harms, and it's what he call a primer. He said it will help me read better, and it's his way of thanking me for being so brave, he say. Next question. What kind of flowers did I plant along the vegetables? Okay. Young Mas William around here still didn't want to go along with either one of his parents. Though I gotta be careful. At least I know he ain't watching me like the likes of them with and Briley Waith. Do Briley managing this plantation is worse than Mas Henley and Miss Lily put together. He still ride here on the plantation too, and any time he nearby, the worst a person could imagine is likely to happen. I sure love to complain about him. Kristen, can I complain to you about Briley Waith? Should I tell her? No. Just sure. Go ahead. Complain. Earlier, Briley seen me out in the vegetable garden hard at work. He says he's gonna beat me good if I ain't weeded the whole vegetable patch by the end of the day. What does he look like? What did you do? Okay, what did you do? I didn't look at him once, but he knew I heard what he said. I like her attitude. She's fun. Evening, I vowed never to complain again about Briley. I can't spend my time complaining or anything else, but helping men, women, and children feel freedom. Morning time, Monday, May 7th, 1860. Got a chance to look at Mas Henley's calendar, so I know for sure I got the date right in this diary of mine. Don't know who's worse, Briley Waith or that Mr. Rigbottom. Except that Briley Waith always around, and I ain't got no idea where the other one gone. Wish I knew. If I did, I'd probably feel a whole lot better. Off for now. You wondering how I got this diary, Kristen? Well, yes, we know. Your friend gave it to you. One night, when I delivered my goods along the Underground Railroad, the shepherd whispered me a secret. Says, go look in the haystack and see what you find. I do that, and there, hidden deep and perfect from sight, is his book. Ink, too. Was there a note inside? Mr. Harms leave a note inside. It say, I hope this will help you keep doing your good work. I felt a burst of pure happiness in reading that. He also write, now burn this note as soon as you can. So I did. Almost sunset time. Think about Mr. Harms again. When Mr. Harms had to leave Belmont Station, I got my courage up and took over for him. But now my courage ain't so strong. Kristen, you know what Mr. Harms is? Yes. I think the most remarkable thing about Mr. Harms was he wanted to abolish slavery even though he's a white man and living here in Virginia, no less. How did he? So far, he the best help I got in understanding about abolition and how I could do something to help. Later, Aunt T snuck us some chicken from the big house. She said it was gonna be thrown away like it was nothing. Some of us think there may be something wrong with it, but I never had chicken in almost, well, I can't remember when the last time was I had some. Would you eat the chicken from the garbage or go to sleep hungry? Those are my only two choices. I'll eat the chicken. I hope she's not sick. I was leaning that direction myself. Gotta get before it's all gone. Okay, let's hope she doesn't get poisoning. Oh no. Oh no. Well, I didn't want her to starve. Okay, so I guess the chicken was bad. Woke up this morning feeling bad. My stomach hurts. I threw up twice. Same with Aunt T. I guess the chicken was bad. On top of it all, I had an awful dream of that ugly root vegetable known as Mr. Rigbottom. So I'm scouring the riverbank looking for anything he could find. Then I'm seeing Mama's face and she telling me, "Danger, Clotee. Be careful as you can." Alright, well, we learned that the flowers are marigolds. So let's see, yellow ribbon.
Real good.
Sometimes when Hince would win his horse races for Mas Henley, he bet on himself too and take the winnings to buy all of us something nice. He bought me this ribbon one of those times. He say it come all the way from Richmond. Alright, the next question will be, what's the name of the new cook at the plantation? Looking real sharp, but my face plain, so as not to show a thing. I gotta get an understanding of what all William knows, all for now. Okay. You think William was talking code? In our code language of the Underground Railroad, those words about the wind mean the slave catcher will be nearby. You know what? I bet he was. Bet he was. I know Mr. Arms did some teaching that seemed to open up a light in William's head, but don't know how much light be in there yet, that's for sure. Later, I feel eyes all round as if watching me from all directions. Sure, I don't know what to think about things now. If William telling me something in code, then things be more full of danger than usual, and that's plenty itself. I gotta find a way to figure out what's going on. My mind is fretting something fierce. If William's not just talking about wind and weather, now what? Tell me more about William. I think he's a good person. Hardship can do that to people sometimes. What hardship? William had a horse riding accident, but since then he come a long way, from being in a rolling chair to walking with 2 canes to now. Sometimes using only 1 cane, or sometimes none. What should I do? Talk to him directly. I will do as you say, but I'm not gonna feel easy about it. Morning and hot already. Mas Henley and Ms. Lily still gone. I'm dying of thirst, dare not drink the dirty water that's running under the bridge. There's a new cook named Shupa. Maybe I should go ask her for a drink. Shupa. Okay. I think we can answer that question. You think I should go ask Shupa for a drink? Absolutely. Okay, I'll go. Let's hope I don't get in trouble. Alright, what's the name of the new cook at the plantation? It is Shupa.
Alright.
I found this old inkwell in the trash one day back when I was first putting letters into words. It occurred to me that I could use it to start practicing what I was learning during William's reading and writing lessons. This inkwell is strong and heavy for its size. I have no idea why Mas Henley throw it out. Okay, our next question will be, what? What is Jonas Rigbottom's profession? Okay. But then right there in front of my eyes was lying a notice of another kind. Jonas Rigbottom. It says expert runaway slave tracker. Ooh, okay. That notice scared me, Kristen. What else did it say? It said Mr. Jonas Rigbottom gonna be in these parts and staying at Belmont Plantation, which means Rigbottom is after me. Do you trust William? William may know I can read. I gotta watch more careful than ever. Trusting him would be foolish mistake. Alright, well we know he is a slave catcher.
Yep, that's right.
This is a fan I used to keep young William cool during his reading lessons. Funny how things work out. At first I was sorry I got picked for the chore, but then as I began to understand the words and began to learn, I sure was glad to fan that boy. Our next question is, what stopped Briley from searching for me? Ooh, okay. We'll see. Next morning, something going on for sure. Maz Henley come home just a bit ago, and who he got in his wagon but that fat white toad of a man, Mr. Jonas Rigbottom, expert runaway slave tracker, in the back at Belmont Plantation. He's back at Belmont Plantation. I'm right under the nose of the tracker, looks like. I'm so terrified, got to think of something to be done. Nothing for me to do about it now except be alert as I can. All for now. I dare not say it in my diary, but some runaway slaves are arriving tonight too. What can we use as a code name for runaway slaves that are coming? That way I can talk about them in my diary without danger. A load of potatoes. A load of potatoes. Got it. I'll say we got a load of potatoes coming. That way, we'll know we talking about runaways. Other folks won't understand, just think I'm writing about a load of potatoes. Yep, no one will think that's interesting. Unless they want to make some fries, I guess. Oh, there it is. Not only is the load of potatoes coming. Oh, they got a dog too. Oh no. Later, horrible thing. I run right into Mr. Jonas Rigbottom inside the big house. I was bringing washing water upstairs just like Miss Lily ordered when here he come, down my way. He stopped right above me on the stair, towering like a horrible tree, staring down. I stopped, looked down at my bare feet, holding my breath, just waiting to get by. Then he say, "You look at me, you hear?" So I do. What more you want to hear about Rigbottom? I don't want to go over it any more than I has to. What happened next? As he started to talk, I noticed his eyes were a greenish color, sludgy like mud, and all red around the rims. I stood still, holding my breath, and wanted to look anywhere else but him. Then he say somebody's up to no good around here, setting people's property loose. You understand me? What did you do next? I simply nod, look down again, then his eyes get real sly, more ugly than ever. Could be anyone, even you, I figure. Either way, I'm gonna find out who it is quicker than you can pick a cotton boll. Here From where I'm sitting now, it just looked like a thick bit of growth, and when they crawled in, they was gone. Thanks for helping me pick out a good hiding place. Tell me about it, Clotee. I've done a real good job of building it. What do you want to know? What's inside it? Inside was corn cakes and fresh water too. That I put there earlier, just for last night. Okay. Wild dog. William screamed for him. Uncle Heb used to play this harmonica whenever someone jumped the broom or whenever us slaves had a little time for festivities. He say he got it straight from David Monroe, Miss Lily's pa. When Mas Henley killed Uncle Heb, Aunt T decided to give it to me. Now all I got to do is find a way to learn how to play it. Alright? Next question. Who was one of the new slaves Mas Henley brought back from Richmond? Okay. Then I load potatoes one by one, shake my hand, step into the boat, they glide off safely to the next station of the underground. That make 13 I help get on to the north already. Some say 13 is an unlucky number. What do you say? I agree. Tell you what, let's play a fortune game of Aunt T's, okay? Add the month you was born, plus the day you was born, plus the last two numbers in the year you was born. Okay, let me do some math in my head. Okay, I'm ready. Let's see. It's over 50. Slavery will not be abolished until after you're 50. Oh dear God. Help us all. Sunday morning, May 13th. Fear is a terrible feeling, but sometimes fear make a sharp determination, though. This morning, Mas Henley rang the bell, and all the slaves gathered by the front of the big house. Out come Mas Henley, Miss Lily. Now she back from Richmond, and the slave catcher. That man's face is drawn and ugly as a root vegetable. That ain't grown right, too. Mas Henley introduced him to us and put the fear of God in me. afraid? Sometimes. What makes you afraid? Ooh, snakes. I ain't afraid of snakes, except the human kind. One more thing. You know what makes me afraid? Master Henley? That's right. You know me pretty well already. The reason I bring up being afraid is that today I got afraid when Master Henley showed off his slave catcher. How did you feel? I felt mighty bad. My blood ran cold. My mind was set even deeper on helping folks out there. Mass Henley announced to all of us something I was sure I knew before even said it. Take a good, long look. If any of you decide you might want to be leaving Belmont, this is the man that's going to hunt you down and kill you on the spot. Early morning, just past sunrise. Miss Lily asked me to go up to the attic with her yesterday to sort through some old things that I spotted a shawl that I would surely like to get my hands on. If only I could get that shawl. I have a secret plan for when I'd wear it. I can't get rid of the thought of having that shawl. Why do you want it? It's an old ratty looking shawl. I don't really need it, I suppose. I won't pursue it none. Oh, she did get it. As for that shawl I got from Miss Lily, I have a plan for wearing it. In these woods, it could hide me real good. That's the thought that came to mind when she gave it to me. I tried hanging it on a bush and saw it blended right in, none the wiser if they seen it. Or seen me in it, I'm thinking. Could come in handy for everyone passing this way in daylight, too. All for now. Some new slaves in the quarters, one's brought back from Richmond by Mas Henley. Only one I got a chance to know anything about is named Noah. Noah been moved to the big house. Oh, that might be the trivia question. We'll see. Kristen, I suppose you don't know this slave from Richmond named Noah. What's he doing in the big house? He got the new job of being Mas Henley houseman now. I hear Mas Henley say he like a man with good training and fine appearance, which he say it's obvious Noah got. Good for running things around the big house, especially for when they got guests coming, he say. I think, who was one of the new slaves Mas Henley brought back from Richmond? Well, that was Noah. So we're gonna click on it.
Real good.
Okay, I picked up this rock from the riverbank the first time I helped some slaves escape on the Underground Railroad. The river had made it so smooth and shiny, but that ain't the reason I pick it up. It just seemed like I should have something to remind me that it's all really happening. The next question will be, what's the best season for traveling on the Underground Railroad? Oh dear, Clotee was caught spying. Or actually snooping. So I said nothing, Miss Lily, just looking at the nice picture of Clarissa. Miss Lily looked hard into my eyes, then ordered me downstairs to polish every brass fixture in the whole study. Yikes. Kristen, what do you think I could use to find out where stations can be set up on the Underground Railroad? A map? Gotta go, but I'll take your advice. Monday, May 21st. Could have fainted just before dusting and sweeping in the study. I seen a message on Mass Henley's desk. Don't know what to do. Kristen, I need you for something. Okay, what is it? It ain't every day I ask for help from someone I don't rightly know, so please hear me out. Should I steal a message left by Rick Bottom to Mass... what does it say? That's the most important thing we need to know. The note say, Henley, watch that slave called Noah. I have a bad feeling he's up to no good. Watching him myself. I'll be following the riverbank this afternoon, seeing what I can see. No, don't steal it. Because then they'll know it's missing. I suppose you're right. Stealing means I can protect Noah, but I don't need me no trouble. Maybe because every verse of that song got secret meanings to tell a body how to make their way from down here to up north. We got a message from Clotee. You like the Drinking Gourd song, Kristen? I honestly don't know it. All the words give a clue of how to get to freedom safe as possible. The Drinking Gourd is our name for the North Star. Keep going in the direction of the North Star. We say just follow the light in the northern end of the sky. And sometimes you're bound to come home to a place where you be free forevermore. Free just like those swallows sailing above my head right now. Morning time. I'm starting to get a feeling about that Noah. Finally had some words with him. He suspects Rick Bottom is keeping an eye on him. I heard about some of his life on the other plantation. His talk real clear and smart too. But that ain't all. I seen something makes my mind work and wonder. Oh, I wonder what it is. Let's see. Kristen, you think I should get help from Noah? Yeah, good idea. Why not? He seems like a cool guy. 2 against Mr. Rick Bottom, better than 1. That's for sure. Later, good fortune. Mr. Rick Bottom not around here today, but even when he ain't here, I got him in my mind, wondering on his whereabouts and his doings. Sad to say, he gone today because he got customers, so he off doing bad business. Maybe wild dogs might eat him instead of what he's chasing. Oh, she's funny. Tell me something, Kristen. You a morning person or a night person? I'm a night person, personally. Thing is, I have a plan that has to happen either at dawn or dusk. 'Cause you like evening, I'm gonna do it then. Really? 'Cause of me? Oh, thank you. Look at me, I'm changing history with my night owl habits. Alright, so spring got the best positives for taking the railroad to freedom. I think... There, right there, spring. We got the answer.
Good one.
Sometimes slave who escape be so grateful that they want to give me gifts. This little gem was left behind by a man I helped deliver to the next station. At first I refused to accept it, but he was carrying on so about it that I ended up taking it before we all got caught. Friday morning. Found paper in the study all crumpled up in the trash can, and I studied it long as I could. It showed a list called Free States. Then it say about a new president. It say something about if a new president man get elected, South Carolina plan to secede. The word secede. I heard it before, but now I know how to spell it proper. Not sure what it means though. Also that paper, name a man of Abraham Lincoln. You ever heard of Abraham Lincoln? Yes, I have. What does he do? He's the president. I got from reading that he's trying to be president, but ain't yet. Is he for? He is against slavery. The papers say he for the slaves. Sounds like president be the name for mass of all mass. The one in the big White House. Don't know what elected mean, but if he a abolitionist, then he should get elected wherever it is. I know that. Sunset. Mr. Arm's a remarkable man. Every time I open this book and see pages written and pages still to write, I think that thought of him. I run all out of everything not so long ago. No pages to write on nor ink either. Till that one special night when he gave me this diary. That was the night I passed my last baggage on to the shepherd ones for the last 3, that is. But can't go on about that now. Kristen, you want to help me do some scheming? You bet. Let's do some scheming. Well, Joe Bill asked me to make sure Bailey is out of the way tonight. He got something planned in regards to the cellar door. Okay, what can I do to help? Although it's dangerous, I'm going to help Joe Bill out in this. But how do I make sure Bailey is out of the way? Distract him. That's easy enough to say, but how? I think I may try slipping something in his evening drink. Oh no, Clotee. Next day, Missy come back to the big house this morning and looking weak still. Doctors say she got no more contagion, but she got red pox all over her face now and not looking so good at all. Miss Lily took a shock to see her when she come in the downstairs hall. I'm starting to feel bad for her. She looks so sick and pocky marked. Kristen, should I make friends with Missy? Why not? Even though Missy be that slave who betrayed the other slaves by becoming a spy for Miss Lily, I'll see if I can make friends with her. Okay? A prediction. In the big house, I was there scrubbing the flagstones and saw Miss Lily treat Missy bad for sitting down on the job. Bet you anything she don't stay Miss Lily's favorite much longer on account of being sick and all. Missy asked me for advice on how to deal with being sick. What should I tell her? She should ask for easier work. I appreciate it, and I will tell her what you think she should do. Honestly, I don't think she should work at all, but I don't think they'll let her rest. Oh, didn't work. Evening still light. Ran smack into 2 runaways at the riverbank just now. They got no help, no shepherds, nothing. Got the twisted root-faced Mr. Rick Bottom on their tail, too. I'm afraid I tell them about the hideaway, but they too scared and they got to get on. The wife terrified to stay till even a second. They're hiding out in the woods till dark. Kristen, what should I do to help them? Send for helpers. Good idea. I'll send a signal right now. Okay, let's see what happens. Dark. The moon's so bright, it like we got light. Noah cuss hard, then he say, "Excuse me, Clotee, I can't take this no more. I just gotta do something." Now I'm wondering just what Noah be thinking. He may want to help you. I think he may want to help you. I'll keep my eyes open for sure. I need his help, you know that. Oh no. That's so sad. Later. There are 18 free states, I learned, more than slave states, which are at 15. Ooh, okay. Let's see if you know which state the states are, okay? Okay. Okay, which of the following is free state? I'm gonna get these so wrong. Nope. Okay. Yep, bad guess. Later afternoon. Talking about what William up to in the woods yesterday. I was hitting so good he never even looked even a little bit my way. Nope, just walked straight down to the riverbank, doing pretty good on his 2 legs too. He get to the water's edge and then I can't believe my eyes. He strips down real quick and dives right in. William can swim. Do you know how to swim? Yes. I gotta learn myself. Are you scared bit, but we all trapped even worse by not feeling safe in water. Always wrecks a person's nerves when things don't go as expected. Now all I can do is wait. Ever since Briley and Mr. Rigbottom tore down my hideaway, I've been worrying what to do. Why not use the root cellar? I like the way you think. I steal into the old root cellar and try to fix it up, a way to hide them down there. Try to fix up a way to hide them down there. what, I ask. Then my eyes felt like they was growing huge, like they want to come right out of my head, because then Noah hand me a page with words written neat all over it. Words I see real quick are all about my next load of potatoes. Noah then asked me to read it to him. What did you do? Suddenly, I think we'd be in a real dangerous place. If he trying to find me out, it's dangerous. And even if he ain't, it's dangerous too, because any minute some folks might burst right into the parlor, and that would be the end of both of us. You crazy, Noah? I say back. Don't know how to read any more than you do. About Noah. He is just as I thought. What'd you learn about him? When I say I can't read, Noah look at me real sharp, like he knows clean through I'm telling a lie. Then he looks down at the paper he holding, and in a whispered voice he started to read himself out loud real slow. What'd it say? Parcel from Tarrytown Plantation to arrive on the dark of moon 4 days. Clotee, the slow potatoes you expect in 4 nights, that's my kin, pretty sure. My wife and little daughter, too. I got to go on with them from Belmont Station. Oh, that's his family. Okay. Just then I hear the ugly cough of Mr. Rigbottom wheezing like his way too much for breathing. Man, she really likes to make fun of that man. Did he see you and Noah? Noah and I stood shocked still in the parlor and heard his footsteps pass by a closed door and go on upstairs. Oh, that was a close call. We threw the note in the burning can along with a heap of old newspaper and things. Oh, what are you gonna do? I gotta help Noah get away before Mr. Rigbottom do serious damage that can't come undone. This is a big danger, but can't help it. Thanks for being there for me. You are a good friend. Afternoon. I had a fearful thought this noon. If Noah tried to get away while Mr. Rigbottom around here, he'd be doomed for sure. Both him and me, I'm afraid. Rigbottom watching me so hard that even if a single slave leave from here, serious trouble gonna break loose. Meaning if Noah goes just now, he'll be found out for sure. And if somebody find him out, that'd be the end of him. Maybe his whole family too. What should I do to keep Rigbottom from finding us? You have to let Noah go with his family. I guess you're right, but it sure is risky. We gotta use what we got in our heads to figure out a way. Head more powerful than fists, if you think it through. I need a plan to get rid of Rigbottom, Kristen. Can you help me? Yeah, of course. Think about a skill I have and that I can put to use to plot against Rigbottom. You can read? That's true, but I already read everything I can get my hands on. I don't see a plan in it. Oh, I think she figured it out. My ride looks real good now when I want it to. Better even than Mads Henley maybe. We smile at each other like a solid promise, thinking of a better future if we can just get through this part and make it work. Want to hear the rest of the plan, Kristen? Sure. Whenever we able, we gonna practice what we gonna write. We'll try 3-4 times till finally our letter look perfect. Then we'll fold it up real neat and drip on it a little bit of sealing wax. Afterward, first chance he get, Noah will put the letter on the tray, looking like just one of all the rest, and both of us holding our breath. He will take it on in to Mads Henley. Then all we got to do is see if Mr. Rigbottom out of here. Then all we gotta do is see Mr. Rigbottom out of here. The next day. Last evening when Mads Henley come back from town, he goes straight to his study for a spell before supper. For reading and whatnot, usually when he come back like that, end of the day, Noah bring him his paper and the day's mail. This time, same as usual, Noah go in with the silver tray of letters and papers. We both scared Kristen, but not enough to put off our plan. What happened next? When Noah come out, our eyes lock, deep and serious. But sure, too, Noah nod just slightly and pass by that are signal that he done his part. I draw a big breath and going quick to study right after Noah come out. I'm going quick to the study right after Noah came out. To continue the story, I carry a bowl of sweet pea blossoms and pink roses all arranged real nice into the study and put it down on the table behind Mads Henley's desk. He liked the scent of roses best of all, and I always asked for them to be close by. He ignored me, but as I placed the flowers down and peek over his shoulder, I see he got the letter for Rigbottom already open and reading it. Mads Henley go, real loud. Chrissy, you following all this? What did you do? I did nothing when he say to nobody in particular, well, he ain't found a thing round Belmont anyway. Might as well quit eating all my food and let somebody else feed him. I smiled to myself like a secret agreement with Mads Henley. Feel my bones. I think she's the culprit helping these slaves. I'm about to prove it to you. Oh dear. I'm about to prove it to you, Henley. Rigbottom don't get a chance to prove nothing. Why, what happened? I couldn't speak. Mads Henley waved a hand like he disgusted. Say, Obadiah Rigbottom, you ain't found a blasted thing since you got here. I think your head is full of crazy thinking. Seeing plots and threats every dang place you look. Either that, or you just trying to find reasons for me to keep you on here. How it ended up, Mads Henley ignored Rigbottom, who growled in big protest. Look here, he say, and held the letter out to Rigbottom. You're wanted in South Carolina, Riverdale Plantation. You heard of it? Slave uprising, it seems. Lots of them on the loose. Rigbottom take the letter and inspect it close. My heart racing, trying to keep my face looking calm. He turn it over, turn it back, stare at them words like they hold a secret meeting somehow. Then he look at me. He pulled the wool over everybody's eyes, but not mine, you hear? I'll find out what you're hiding. If I'm ever back this way, you can count on it, so you better pray you never see me again. That's the end of what happened. The plan worked perfect. What did Master Henley do to Rigbottom? Just as I'm leaving the room, I hear Mads Henley tell Rigbottom, leave off my slaves and see about this business in the letter. Rigbottom, I recommend you get your things together and leave first thing in the morning. restless rocking back and forth. Then, when they get right up to where we hiding, Noah cry out. The folks this shepherd bring are just as Noah say. Was his wife there? There stood his wife and his little girl baby, and even his brother too. They all crying and hugging, but trying to hush as much as they can. What happened next? Next, we all settled down much as possible to wait till the boat arrived to take them all downriver and on to their next step of freedom. The shepherd say nothing, just grab my hand and squeeze hard, then disappear into the dark again, like he come. What happened next? My mind was on rig bottom. Then while we wait and silent as can be, suddenly I hear a terrible sound. It's the sound of someone or something prowling through the dark. Twigs snapping, then silence, then brush moving. Not too nearby, but close enough I hear it playing. Who was it? No shepherd, no conductor ever make that much noise, this I know, so I pray it's just some animal that ain't too dangerous. It keeps coming on, closer and closer. I look around and see everybody else hear it too. The terror feeling swallow us all up, pressing into the lungs so breath can't get in or out. A second later, darkness swallowed them up, and it's just me alone. Alone in the night with rig bottom coming my way. Terror come up in me. Being alone now, there in the night, maybe more than I ever felt my whole life. What did you do? I was froze in place behind a large clump of bush and vines, waiting, listening, trying all my best to gather courage. Then, no warning, there come a big thud, big heavy thud of landing not half a length from where I hid. Then silence. Thing is, he was drunk last night, drunk as a skunk. His face looked so confused this morning, I believe he ain't remembered a thing about what he done last night either. But I've smiled to myself, I ain't still so watchful of things. What else can I tell you about this adventure? What happened? Well, I know Noah's with his family. What happened to Red Bottom? I was digging up weeds in the rows of peas and beans when Briley rolled a buggy up in front of the big house. There he come, rig bottom, puffing out the front door. Ooh, did you say anything? No way, rig bottom climbing beside Briley with the slow, heavy movement of somebody that can't stand the load of his own body. Then he got taken to the train. Final words of Clotee, I'll read those. Weeks later, Rick Bottom gone thanks to my good plan. Maybe for a little bit, maybe forever, who knows. Sure gonna be trouble if all gets discovered, but I ain't afraid. Putting things right is beginning to take up too much room inside me now. Growing every day too. It was Prairie who drove Rick Bottom to the train. Watching those two men disappear down the road, the drinking gourd song coming to my head again. I hummed all along to myself till the dust of the road swallowed up Rick Bottom and Prairie Ray. Wait, all completely. Then I turned back to the garden and go on with my work. One of these days I'll step off this plantation my own self, singing that song, and follow the drinking gourd all the way to paradise. The epilogue. Clotee went on to help over 150 slaves get to freedom on the Underground Railroad. After the Civil War ended, Mr. Harms brought Clotee to the north, where she was welcomed as a hero. In 1875, Clotee returned to Virginia, where she devoted her life to the education of former slaves. She never married and had no children. Clotee died on May 6, 1941. Well, there you go, the story of Clotee. He was tricked by a fake letter. Good going. You got my last collectible. I use this lantern sometimes to signal my parcels on the Underground Railroad. Now you have one more chance to answer any questions you missed along the way. Well, I think we got them all. Wait, was that? Oh yeah, no, that's one too. We finished her story. Let's go take a look at where she's sitting to see all the treasures we found. There they are. Yep, she keeps all of them right here. I hope you guys enjoyed Clotee's story. I know I did. She's a very brave girl. Alright, let's go to our next story. Our next girl we'll be visiting is
Let's carry on.
Margaret Ann Brady. Age 12, from Whitechapel, London. The year is 1910. Margaret is an English orphan who dreams of being reunited with her brother William in Boston. Will you help her find passage to America?
Do hurry. We really should begin now.
Here we are in an orphanage in England. And there she is, sitting on the top bunk, just writing away in her little journal. Okay, I'm not gonna lie, that sound effect was kind of funny. I'm sure it was supposed to be the sound of maybe a steam... Yes, that's supposed to be maybe a steamboat in the distance, but well, in the most G-rated way, I thought that was something else. Okay, let's get to the journal. Okay, alright. And now she has very pretty music. I'll show you the songs and we're going to listen to her voice lines here. Alright, let's listen to her voice lines.
I sometimes wonder where I'll be in another year. Still here in the orphanage? Or perhaps I will have found a way to join William in Boston by then. Life is not so terribly bad here at St. Abernathy's, but I do believe a change would do me a world of good. Sundays are my favorite days at the orphanage, although I much preferred them when William was still able to visit. I remember once Father bought me a penny whistle. I played day and night until finally my poor mummy decided to put it away for a time. Although I truly wish to be with my brother in America, I wonder if I will much like actually living with so many Americans. It's sad and strange to think of all the tragic circumstances that have brought this lot of orphan girls here together at St. Abernathy's. We were all truly so fortunate to have been brought in. Saturday nights here are almost always filled with cheery noise, at least that coming from the public house outside my window. Sometimes when I close my eyes, I still can see the clearest image of my father. He had a truly kind face and the loveliest Irish brogue you'd ever want to hear. At night when sleep will not come, I rather enjoy listening to the lively sounds of Whitechapel outside my window. Although we certainly have our amusements here, I do wish the sisters would relent and allow us to keep a puppy or even a kitten. Sister Catherine has been ever so kind to me, even allowing me to stay in the library and read for as long as I want. Although our situation is rather pitiful here at the orphanage, I have somehow never fancied being the object of pity. Sometimes I dream that my brother bursts into the orphanage waving 2 tickets to Boston aboard a fine first-class ocean liner. How can our dreams be so cruel? I have been at St. Abernathy since I was 8 years old, when our dire circumstances of poverty and hunger forced my brother William to leave me right here at the doorstep. On days when I tire of this place, I want more than anything to have Mummy here to wrap her arms around me and sing sweetly in my ear. Although I tend not to make friends easily, I do have some good friendships here with Shirley, Nora, and I dare say even Sister Catherine. My least favorite chores here are dusting floors and helping to polish the furniture in the visitors' parlor. I should probably not be a terribly good housekeeper if that should end up my American employment. If I will never be able to afford ocean passage to Boston, perhaps one of those new aeroplanes will someday take me there. I don't know that there is any food I love more than fresh hot chips. Perhaps they remind me of happier times. Is there anything more melancholy than the wind howling down the lanes outside an orphanage window? I sometimes wonder where I'll be in another year. Still here in the orphanage? Or perhaps I will have found a way to join William in Boston by then.
This is Margaret's diary. You can become Margaret's first true friend by answering her questions and offering advice. The more you interact with her, the more her story will evolve. Click on the yellow tab when you want to find Margaret's secret collection. Click on the forward arrow to open her diary. Alright, so the first question is, what chore do I do on Thursdays? Let's begin her story. Thursday, December 22nd, 1910. St. Abernathy's Orphanage for Girls, Whitechapel, London, England. Dear William, today as I was doing my chores, which on Thursday means sweeping the floor of the library, I came across this blank book. I hid it under my dress and brought it back to my dormitory. I think I shall use it for writing you letters, more soon. Okay, well, we've just learned that she sweeps the floors in the library on Thursdays. My first collectible is a teacup. That is one of the few things I have left from Mum. It is a true coal pot made in the Shropshire. It belonged to her aunt. I believe it's had this crack since I can remember. Look around my dormitory to see if you can find my chipped cup. 5 minutes later. Outside my window, snow has begun to fall, so it appears we may have a white Christmas after all. Truth is, I could not care less. With Mommy and Papa no longer alive, holidays have lost all meaning. I wish I could stay right here in bed until Christmas is over. Is anyone out there? Oh, yes, I'm here. Where are you from, Kristen? America. Really? I would give anything to sail to America. Have you ever been to a city called Boston? No, I haven't. Well, if you ever get to Boston, please keep an eye out for a young man named William Brady. He's my brother. Off to class now. Goodbye, my new friend. Afternoon. Oh, William, I received your picture postcard dated 24 November, and I've added it to my little collection that I keep locked away under my bed. I'm not sure what it is, but happy Thanksgiving to you, too. Congratulations on your job and new flat. Kristen, do you want to hear more about my picture postcard? Yes, please. He chose a peaceful scene of a river and some trees, with a row of stone buildings in the background. Does the card make you Miss Williams? Is there a note on the back? Is there a note? Yes, William has added a note on the back which reads, Dear little sister, here's a view of your future home. A Christmas present will soon be forthcoming. Your devoted brother, William. In the evening, still snowing, the cheery sounds of the season have only helped to worsen my mood. Just as dusk was settling in, a group of carolers gathered outside our windows. Sister Mary Georgia... Gregoria? Mary Gregoria. Okay. Sister Mary Gregoria, who's in charge of things here, flung wide the front doors of the orphanage and forced us all to stream out and listen. What a bother. Later that night. I know she's only 5 years old. I know I should be patient, but if Nora does not stop kicking my bunk, I think I shall scream. Thank goodness I can express my feelings to you, William, particularly the strong ones. Right now I strongly feel that I should scream. May you sleep better than I. Margaret. Kristen? Yes? What should I do about Nora? Where does she sleep? Whenever a little nice 5-year-old orphan girl sleeps in the bunk below you, you know you're in for trouble. What should I do? Explain to her why it annoys you. It may be difficult reasoning to a small child, but I shall try it. Good night. Later. I've got good news and bad news. The good news is that I received your letter today. Took only 3 weeks to get here from Boston. The bad news? Sister Mary Gregoria is forcing us to go Christmas caroling this evening. To answer your question, of course I will be on the lookout for your Christmas present. Sister Mary Gregoria has asked me to choose the Christmas carol we will sing this evening. Do me a favor, Kristen, and tell me which one is your favorite. Deck the hall, cark the up, oh Christmas tree, oh Christmas tree. I love Christmas, and I do love a Christmas tree. My favorite carol was not listed in this list, but Oh Christmas Tree is one of my favorites. Margaret, good choice. I'll suggest it to Sir MG. Oh, that's short for sister. Okay. Sir MG. She thinks my participation will help me put in the Christmas spirit. Don't hold your breath, sister. More. A surprising thing about caroling, William. I genuinely had fun. Just being out in the snow was wonderful. Standing there in the growing dark, wrapped in Father's warm old winter coat, I felt a moment of pure pleasure, as if all of my senses were taking in the details with the most refined precision. Do you want to play a game I learned in composition class? You pick one of 5 senses, and I'll describe my caroling experience using that sense. Okay, what did it taste like? What did it feel like? What did it look like? What did it smell like? The only thing I could smell was the roasted chestnuts from old Harold Malloy's cart down the road. I wish I had a few in my pocket to eat now, so warm and sweet they would taste. I want to check on our questions. What collection do I keep in my bed? Okay, we don't know this still. You know what we haven't done yet? I'm so silly. We haven't looked at her character information, did we? I don't think we did. I'm so sorry. Let me take a... I really doubt we did. So I'm going to read this. Yeah, I really don't think we did. Okay. I can't stand nicknames. But sometimes Sister Catherine calls me Saucy Girl, age 12. Birthday October 11th, 1899. Born Wapping in London, England. Lives in St. Abernathy's Orphanage for Girls in Whitechapel, a section of London, for the past 5 years. Distinctive personality traits. I have a mischievous love of teasing and mimicking others, in a subtle way, of course. I confess I often speak impulsively and have a tendency to misbehave. In truth, I usually keep my deepest feelings to myself. I guess I have an ambitious urge to better myself. Favorite people. My older brother William, who's 15, Sister Catherine, who oversees the library at the orphanage, Nora, the youngest child at the orphanage. Family tree. My father came from County Cork, Ireland, and worked as a labourer on the London docks. He died in a cargo accident there. My mom was from London. She took in sewing to help make ends meet and began working in the factory after my father died. She died of consumption when I was 7. Before the deaths of my parents, we lived in Wapping, a poor section of London near the River Thames in the East End. Loves all animals, especially cats. Books, fresh hot chips, which are French fries. Mutton. Being musically inclined. I love music of all kinds, especially ragtime. I really dislike having to wear anything pink, vulgar behavior, and silly fancy hats. My favorite place in the world? The orphanage library. With its cluttered books-filled coziness, it's one place that feels like home to me. Since there's no privacy in the library, I'm forced to write on my bed in the dormitory. My chores and skills are helping in the orphanage library, being well-read in poetry and literature, speaking with a Cockney accent, and knitting. Special memories. My brother visiting me every Sunday at the orphanage before he left for America. Someday hopes to go back to America to join my brother William in Boston. East London, where I lived, you can see the window near my bed. Notice the ships in the background. The street lamp on the corner is illuminated with gas. This is the first postcard I received from William before he left. It shows a public house on the corner of my street. Some nights the sounds of laughter and song from here float up through my window and remind me of Father. The docks at Wapping, where I used to live. This old drawing fell loose from a book in the library, and Sister Catherine let me keep it. This is where Father worked. Another postcard. William jokes that someday I may travel aboard one of these luxury cruise ships to join him in America. I should be surprised if I ever get to see one of these ships, let alone travel aboard her. Parliament Building on the Thames. This is where they decided all the laws for England. I saw this building once when my sisters took us on an excursion. This is a clock tower at St. James Palace. Henry VIII had this palace built, but I'm not sure why. There's a lovely park there now. Okay, we can return back to her journal. Later. As we were drying off our wet shoes by Cook's fire this evening, I complained to Sister Catherine about my difficulties with Nora. I was afraid she would punish me for speaking my mind, but she listened carefully and with a great deal of sympathy. After she explained to me a little bit about Nora's background, I was quite ready to punish myself. I don't mean to gossip. Do you want to hear what I learned about Nora? Yes. When Nora was only a few hours old, her mother left her on a doorstep in a cotton sack. Why? Nora was her seventh child, and she simply could not afford to feed another baby. She was discovered by a pub keeper who brought her here to the orphanage. Her mother was put in jail, and her 6 children were placed in separate orphanages around London. That's terrible. Peals of laughter followed, and poor Nora burst into tears. You'll be glad to know that I got Emma back. Want to hear how I got Emma Peasley back for teasing Nora? Yes. I said out loud, as calmly as I could manage, at least Nora isn't an addle-brained crow whose constant screeching would soon drive a person mad. Ooh, what happened next? She did not like that one bit. Her long, thin face became very dark, and she pierced me with a look that seemed to come from the depths of Hades. She said nothing more the rest of the meal. How's Nora doing? I cannot cease from thinking about the incident. Nora is fine, but I'm upset that Emma can provoke me so. But lowering oneself to hurling insults is most unbecoming of a young lady. This I know. I should have outgrown such childish behavior. You consider yourself a child? I am 12. How old are you? I'm 6. Younger than I, but I hope wiser. Later. Emma Peasley is like having a terrible prickly burr stuck and stinging under one's clothing. But there's no excuse for getting her back by calling her names. I suppose the proper thing to do would be to apologize to her. But to humiliate Nora in front of the others is a low course of action. And I don't think I'm generous enough to be the first to offer the olive branch, even though if I acted as disagreeably as she. Good night, William. M. Should I apologize to Emma, Kristen? I think you should. You're right. But I won't go immediately. I'll wait for the first right moment. I'll wait for just the right moment to tell her I'm sorry. Saturday, December 24th, Christmas Eve. Dear William, as we are expecting visitors, there are many chores to be done today, mostly dusting floors and helping to polish the furniture in the visitors' parlor. I dislike such work and should probably not be such a good housekeeper if that should end up being my American employment. While cleaning Sister Mary Eugenia's office, guess what I saw, Kristen? A ticket to America? No, I saw the most remarkable device. You put a sort of tube to your ear and speak into the other sort of tube, and your voice can be heard by someone not even in the same room. Have you ever heard of such a thing? Oh, yes, I have. Sister E called it a telephone. She says the fancy places have had them for several years already, but this is the first at St. Abernathy's. Where'd it come from? One of the orphanage's kindest benefactors insisted Mary Eugenia have it, but she resisted mightily, feeling it was a great extravagance. But when she was reminded that in an emergency she'd be able to ring the fire department or the police or the doctor, she relented. Even later in the morning, dreadful news. Emma has told Sister Mary Gregoria that I treated her so unkindly. Yesterday at the tea, that she had been unable to eat anything since. Now the sisters are hovering around her as if she were at death's door, giving her all kinds of special attention. I'm sorely outraged. Now Emma lies in her bunk, doubled up and moaning in the most unpleasant way, saying it's all my fault. Ask the other girls to speak up for you? I shall do that immediately. I only hope the other girls will listen to me. Before bed. Isn't it funny how one minute you feel as if you'd like to wrap your arms around the world and dance with it, and the next you're plotting destruction, and then the next you're back to feeling once again a warm contentedness coursing through your veins? To tell the truth, it's not funny, it's pitiful. Good night from your confused sister, M. Want to hear why I'm suddenly in such a good mood? Yes. Tell us. A few moments ago, Nora kissed me goodnight and said she was sorry she kicked my bunk. Nora's the youngest child here and is fast becoming the dearest, sweetest thing to me. Good night, Kristen. Alright, I want to check. Do we have any other questions we could answer? Who's a... Ooh. I think it's... Oh my goodness, I'm gonna get this wrong. Which sister's in charge of the orphanage? Or is it Gregoria?
Yes.
Okay.
Very well done.
Well, because I saw her name the most. Of all of William's gifts, I treasure this one the most, I believe. It's what he called his snow globe. All I know is it's beautiful and came all the way across the Atlantic from Boston. Whose winter coat do I wear? She wears her father's.
How very clever.
Nora found this little plastic ring one day while she was down in the dilly. She's such a dear that she insisted that I have it since. As she said, I'm almost fully grown now. Poor Nora, how she makes me regret the times I lose my temper with her. Okay, which of the following presents did the Delays not give to orphans for Christmas? Okay, so we're supposed to know what she keeps under her bed. Hair ribbons, books, picture postcards. I'm gonna guess picture postcards because William sends her those. Okay. This was my father's copy of Hamlet, a favorite work of his, and mine too. Sometimes when I feel unusually melancholy, I like to recite the line, "Whether 'tis nobler in the mind to suffer the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune." You can find it in my dormitory. Okay, good. So we're all caught up with the questions. Back to the story. P.S. I almost forgot to tell you the most important news. Just before we filed into the great hall to light the candles on the Christmas tree, Sister Catherine told me that I should be expecting a Christmas surprise under the tree. It came by post, she explained, from across the ocean. Her face was full of pleasure in telling me this, and she saw that I quickly understood her meaning. Your Christmas present has finally arrived from America. Kristen, I am sorely tempted to sneak downstairs to see what William has got for me. Do you think I should? No, wait till tomorrow. Bad advice, I'm going anyway. Oh, then why did you ask? P.P.S. I have a confession, William. I went looking for your present under the tree after everyone went to sleep. I could not find it anywhere. It was so dark. Serves me right for being so impatient. Happy Christmas, my dear brother. Kristen, I know it may not be Christmas time where you are, but I wanted to say Happy Christmas. I'll say Merry Christmas. Because I wanted you guys to learn, if you didn't know this yet. How odd! Do you say Merry Christmas where you're from? We say Happy Christmas here in England. It's true, in England they do say Happy Christmas instead of Merry Christmas. I thought that'd be interesting if you didn't know that fact. I believe the answer is socks.
That's correct.
This hairbrush was donated to the orphanage by some wealthy ladies from London. Prompted by our good sister's obsession with grooming, I should think, although we have little choice but to comply. The bristles are tough as nails and not all that good for removing tangles from one's hair. Okay, so Margaret was saying that all the gifts were distributed, but she did not see her brothers. She's thinking maybe Catherine will give it to her later when everyone's in bed. Kristen, do you want to hear more about my gifts? They're very special. Yes, please. Okay, which one do you want to hear about? The fuzzy jumper. It was knitted by one of the ladies. I'll wear it on the days that are too warm for a coat and too cool for a simple blouse. What color is it? It's a gray blue, to match my eyes according to the note on the wrapping, which I thought was so kind. Early evening. I was so distracted at the loss of your gift that I hardly enjoyed Christmas dinner. What made matters worse was that Emma was present. It seems she miraculously recovered from her stomach pains just in time for the best meal of our entire year. Let's see, she has written us? Why am I the only one to see how false Emma is? I'm sure you're not the only one. You may be right, but I swear I feel most alone in this, except I have you, Kristen. During a break in classes, If you want something very badly, I believe you must keep a private hope for it in your heart, like a flame, and I never let it burn out. Sometimes this is how things come magically to be. So in my heart is the flame of hope, both for the package and for my future life in America. I must stay calm and confident in my belief that both these desires shall be fulfilled. In our history lesson this afternoon, Sister Frances had us sing Good King Wenceslas. It is considered a Boxing Day song because it mentions the feast of Stephen. Who is Saint Stephen? Stephen was a deacon in the early Christian church. He looked after widows and the poor, performing many miracles before he was stoned to death for his religious beliefs. Later. It is storming again, raging against the windows, rattling the doors on their very hinges and sending a chill down every hall at St. Abernathy's. Even our few electric lights seem to flicker as much as the gas lamps on days like this. I am comforted by my belief in God. Tonight I shall wear my new jumper to bed over my nightdress and dream of your gift from America. Dreaming seems the only way I shall know anything about it. Kristen? Yes? Do you believe in God? Yes. Me too, but if there is a God, I'll never know why he created Emma Beasley. Oh dear. Later still, there is something very wrong with Emma Peasley, and I do not mean she is ill, at least not in body. I mean to say she is strange, dark and strange and spooky somehow. So much that now when her black eyes settle on me, I feel as if an insect were crawling upon my skin. Kristen, guess why Emma's looking at me the way? I think she's been reading my letters to William. How do you know? I caught her snooping around my stuff. What do you think I should do? Hide the letters. There is no good hiding places. I really don't think I can prevent her from finding this book. Let me think on it some more. Can you think of a good code name for Evil Emma? That way, if she reads my letters, she won't know I'm talking about her. E, pen mark, P brain, bird brain. P brain. Ha! How accurate you are. Bye for now. Well, it looks like she just found a kitten. Ah, orphanage steps I well understood. I scooped him up, tucked him into my coat, and slipped back inside. Kristen, help! My little orphan kitten won't stop crying. What should I do? Put it back outside. No. Find it a friend, give it some water, give it some milk. What a good idea. I'll get some right now. Must go. It seems that she needs help. I assume she's going to ask us to help with a name. Dove for the color of the fur. Stormy to match the color. Boston. Let's see. Alright, orphan, Dove, Stormy, Boston. I think Boston would be good because when she looks at the cat, she'll think of her goal to be with her brother in America. So let's name the kitten Boston. The most beautiful word in the world to me. Sister Mary Gregoria is coming. I must hide Boston. One more thing. In just no time at all, Boston has claimed St. Abernathy's as his kingdom, and nearly all the girls here have become his devoted subjects. The sisters are truly heartless if they are able to resist him. Hi, Kristen. Anything more you want to know about Boston? I can't stop talking about him. Does he do anything funny? Oh yes, he's very comical, and his skittish kitten ways. He likes to scurry under our beds. Sometimes he gathers tiny shreds of dust on his whiskers, which he wipes with his little paws. But he's so tiny, I cried. How much can he possibly eat? Whereupon one of the grouchiest sisters here, though I shall not mention her name, pointed out that he will grow, and, she said, rapidly too, what with all the scraps he is being fed by all of you girls. Would you care to hear what the despicable Emma Peasley chimed in with at that point? You bet. She said in that screech of a voice of hers that she had not stopped sneezing since I brought him inside. You should do something about it. I agree, but what do you think I should do? I can't bear to give him up. You should put the kitten outside. Well, she shouldn't run away, so I'm not going to tell her to do that. I'm not sure that he has a home outside. What if he's an orphan like me? Well, then you better keep him. No, you were right to begin with. I was able to find a home. I'm sure he can as well. I'll let him out of the kitchen door now. Goodbye. After bedtime, incredible news! I can hardly believe it, but oh joy, my kitten has been spared. He's being allowed to stay. He sits here now, the sweet interruption of before, curled up next to me and purring contentedly, as if his future had never been in question at all. Too sleepy to tell all now. Love, M. Want to hear what happened? Absolutely. Would love to tell you, but I can barely keep my eyes open. Then why did you ask? New Year's Day, 1911. Dear William, my #1 New Year's resolution, find out what happened to the package you sent me. Margaret. Do you make New Year's resolutions, Kristen? Well, to be quite honest, I personally don't. I mean, I have wishes in my head of how I would like to improve who I am in my life in the new year, but I never want to make it a goal, because if I fail it, then, well, what was the point of the resolution? It's a lot of pressure. So my quote-unquote resolutions are more just, I guess, little wishes in my head of what I hope, but I also believe that things happen for a reason in life, so if things don't go the way I want them to in the new year, that's okay too. So I'll just say no. I have lots of different resolutions. Which do you want to hear about? Kindness. I resolve to do something nice for little Nora every week, so perhaps she'll forget to have nightmares. Oh, that's sweet. That's very sweet. Evening just before tea. I should be feeling optimistic and hopeful for the new year, as I was last night, but I confess I awoke in a mood of melancholy and have not been able to shake it. I miss them all so much today, Mommy and Father, in a deep and sad way. I don't think I'll ever feel happy again. Kristen, I have never felt so sad in all my life. Please tell me what you think may cheer me up. Play with the kitten. Play with the kitten. That's a good idea. I'll try it. Alright, so we can finally answer this question. In which subject do I most excel? Literature.
Yes, indeed.
Another gift from the society ladies. This mirror supposedly used to hang in the servants' quarters of a famous lord in London. When they first placed it in our room, my first comment was, "Mirror, mirror on the wall, being an orphan's not fair at all." The sisters were not amused. Okay, what will be the next one? What was William's? Oh, we don't know. We can't see. Spoilers. Spoilers. Can't look at that. Okay, I'm not. Did she write us? No, she didn't. Oh, yes, she did. Dang it. All right. Do you like to read? Yes. Want to hear about my new book? Yes. It is called Walden of Life in the Woods. Some parts of it are difficult, but it's a true tale of life in the States and full of great common sense and descriptions of nature. What's the theme of the book? Here's the theme. It's a line of Mr. Thoreau's that struck me to my heart, with which I deeply agree. He writes, "I did not wish to live what was not life, nor most assuredly do I. Assuredly do I. I do not wish to live what was not life." A book that she thought I would rather enjoy borrowing, seeing as how my brother is in the state of Massachusetts now. She then handed me a small volume with a leather cover, soft as silk, and in the most beautiful dark green color. Okay, we already answered this, so we'll ask something else about the book. Okay, Okay, where is Walden? I examined the atlas and discovered Walden to be not far from Boston. Oh, okay. That is a special book to her. Very nice. After reading your letter, William, I received your New Year's letter dated 18 December. I am speechless. My heart is broken in half. Uh-oh. Kristen, may I please tell you what I learned from William's letter? Sure. William's Christmas present was a ticket for passage on a ship to America. Oh my goodness, that's horrible. Can you get a new ticket? William has said he spent everything he had on that ticket. To think I was so close to sailing to America.
How very clever.
This china cat was Mummy's also. She called it her one piece of finery that every house should have. I never got to ask her where it came from, but whenever I look at it, I can hear her voice as clear as ever. After history lessons. Let me change the subject of these letters, William. I'm not in the mood to continue in this mode of complaint. Something else that happened today? Sister Judith asked each of us to tell an event that we should have liked to have been alive to witness. I chose something more interesting than any of the other girls. This is the sad thing about so many of the girls here. They have no imagination. I'm complaining again. Why don't you play this game? Which would you have most liked to be alive to see? The signing of the Declaration of The signing of the Declaration of Independence. Absolutely. Not me. Want to hear what I'd like to see? Yes, go ahead. The Great Exhibition here in London, a half a century ago, celebrating all the wonders of the Industrial Revolution. I would have loved to have walked just once through the Crystal Palace, a beautiful place made only of steel and glass, and unimaginably huge, 3 times larger than St. Paul's Cathedral, I read. I will one day live in a house filled to the brim with magical things. My dream house has lots of magical things in it, doesn't yours? What part of my dream house would you most like to hear about? The furniture. At the Crystal Palace, there was an entire chair carved out of coal. I want one of those for my house, along with a very ornate pianoforte. You want a chair made out of coal? Is that even comfortable? Thursday, January 3rd. Dear William, a black, black day in London. The wages of sin are surely a terrible ending. Oh, that I may live to see tomorrow. The whole of the East End of London is in an uproar. The sisters are rushing to and fro in a fit of anxiety. All the classes have been cancelled. What's happening? There are robbers afoot. I'm frightened that the robbers are going to find shelter behind our doors. Who stole what? The crime occurred at Harris's jewelry shop, which is very near to the humble halls of St. Abernathy's. When the robbers were interrupted by the bobbies, there was a great riotous aftermath, which is ongoing. What's going on now? A Apparently the heist went terribly wrong, and when they were found out, the robbers ran in all directions away from the Bobbies. Oh, I think we can answer that.
That's correct.
This beautiful silver locket belonged to my mom, although it may look plain and tarnished to some. I keep dark locks of baby hair from me and my brother William in it. I almost never take it off, and when I do, I never let it get too far away. Alright, I think this could be the last question. Or close to the last. What happened to Nora? Terrible moment. There's a riot in London. The sounds are terrible. Gunfire and wild shouts from what seems every direction. From my window I can see that the fire has erupted in a Sydney Street house, caused by the robbers and Bobbies. Although I was excited at first by the outburst, I finally become afraid. Very afraid. Kristen, I don't want to tell William this, but I think the orphanage is in danger of burning down. But don't worry. I cannot deny that I'm worried for our safety. We see the flames from our windows, their fiery shadows raging against the surrounding buildings. It is an awesome but frightening sight. Well, what are the sisters doing about it? The sisters told us in quivering voices that even a few sparks landing on our roof could burn our home to the ground. So, at Sister Mary Eugenia's direction, we all got down on our knees and prayed mightily. Saturday, the 7th of January. William, I just checked on poor Nora, who is in a very bad way. She is worse today, and I'm beginning to feel worried, seeing the feverish cast to her eyes and feeling the feeling the heat in her cheeks. They have taken her to the infirmary, for Sister Mary Eugenia says she has caught a germ somewhere. I'm worried. Love, Margaret. Strange word, new to me. Have you ever heard of germ? Yes. What is it? A microscopic organism. I have no idea what you just said. Try again. What's a germ? A very small living organism. To think that just a speck of a living thing, much smaller than a flea, could hop from one body to the next, leaving them with a disease. This thought makes me shudder. Insight. Let's face it, I'm as disturbed. Some strange inner demon must drive her to be hateful. though it is not something I am able to understand at all. But despite her behavior, her threats, she shall not get the better of me and cause me to fear her. No, she shall not. My parents used to comfort me whenever I was frightened. To whom do you turn, Kristen? Why isn't Jesus listed here? Well, my mother. Me too, at least when my mother was alive. She liked to remind us that fear is a likely condition when one understands not. So we must try always to understand. Wednesday, 11th of January. Dear William, saw Nora last evening. Poor thing, she looked so small and frail. But she recognized me and gave me a faint smile when I sat down beside her. The sights and smells of the infirmary and seeing little Nora so helpless brought vividly to mind the night I arrived here at St. Abernathy's, in much the same condition myself, I expect. Are you concerned about Nora too? Yes, I am. Though she is still weak, the sisters say she is out of danger, and I am so thankful. I could see that her eyes seemed to be regaining some of their sparkle, and her face did not seem to be so burning hot as before. Sunday, 15th of January. Dear William, it has been bitter cold these last few weeks, but today the sun is shining and it is tolerable outdoors, so the sisters have decided to take groups of us out for small excursions. Shirley and I are tempted to stay behind and investigate the mystery of the stolen package. Ooh, some sleuthing. Kristen, what would you do if you were Shirley and I? Investigate. If someone stole a boat ticket, that's serious. We just found out that if we stay, we have to do our chores. So be it. Later. Nora has fallen asleep, so I can write. Shirley has informed me that she spotted Emma concealing a package under her arm. I am convinced that it is your package to me, William. My passage to America. Shirley and I are going to investigate Emma's room. I feel so close to the end of the mystery and the beginning of my life in America. Kristen, we'll have limited time in Emma's dorm room. Where should we look for the package? Under the mattress. And voila! Une idée coule en bon. That's French for good idea. a day like this, I would like to have Mummy here to wrap her arms about me and sing sweetly in my ear. The kitten is fortunate to have so many loving hands to hold and pet him. I am sad already to think that I shall not be able to take him with me if I journey to Boston. But he will be well cared for here, and the sisters are now as fond of him as are the girls. Should I go to supper or skip it and sulk in my room? You need to eat, girl. The supper bell is ringing, so I shall go gorge myself on beef stew and potatoes in hopes that doing so shall put me in a more jolly mood.
How very clever.
Last Christmas, a benevolent society presented gifts to all the girls in the orphanage. Sister Catherine set this hair bow aside for me. She knows I have a preference for two-tailed bows, such as this, if I must tie up my hair at all. What way is my cat like a pea plant? I don't think we've seen this question yet, so... Did she write? No, okay. Well, I think we're about to answer our question right now. Boston is growing as fast as a sweet pea plant. He's no longer looks like a kitten, but he is still as frisky as ever, and each week catches enough rodents to pay his keep. Or so say the sisters. Happily, I have not had to witness most of these killings, as I feel sorry for the tiny mice that become his prey. But it is his nature to hunt, so I cannot be one bit angry with him. Any animal who can keep rats from our doors should be put on a feline pedestal, I say. Rereading what I wrote about Boston just now recalls to my mind a curious moment I spied last evening. Do you want to hear about it? Yes, please. I was walking in stocking feet from the library where I'd gone to get a new book to read, back to one of the common rooms. As I sadly passed the visitor's parlor, I glanced in, and whom do you think I saw standing in the dim light petting Boston? Pea-brain. That's right. At first I was alarmed, for she has never expressed anything but animosity toward him. A moment later, she kneeled on the floor and put her face close to his, after all the while stroking and scratching his ears. Here, we can answer this. He grows fast. Oh my goodness, we're getting close to the end of the story because we have the last collectible. Very good. You've reached my last collectible. Sister Mary Gregoria gave me this music box. It has finely carved a lid and plays a sweet melody when opened. Now go back and try to answer any of the questions you missed. Oh. Wednesday, 24th of January. Dear William, part of Shirley's mind was in favor of me agreeing to you-know-who's offer to show me what she is hiding. I would learn the truth and report back to Shirley, so that we might determine what to do. But on the other side of things, she thought it might be better to discover for ourselves what you-know-who had, so I should not have to be under her power. Well, I am more than desperate to find out what Emma has to show me. What should I do? I think letting her present it would be better than you being caught snooping. I think you're right. I'll let Emma divulge her secret. sad end of this escapade. The rest of what happened in Emma's dorm room is all a blur, as things always are when they happen quickly and you try to think back upon them later. Just as I was looking at the snow dome, Sister Judith and Sister Celeste hurried into the room. Emma tried to hide her treasure, but the sisters were not fooled. "Where did you get that?" Sister Judith asked. The answer, when Emma was finally made to reveal it, has sent me into the depths of sadness. Saturday, 29th of January. Dear William, this is what I know. Emma Peasley stole my Christmas present from you. When she opened it and realized it was a boat passage to America, she decided to try to sell it so that she could buy herself a Christmas present. Not knowing how expensive the ticket you worked long and hard for cost, she practically gave it away to a neighbor boy by trading the ticket for a snow dome. This is all I know. The ticket is forever lost, and all my chances for joining you in America. I am terribly sorry that your hard-earned money has been wasted, so you can imagine my utter sadness. Your loving sister, Margaret. I'm gonna go back and read those last few because this is the final entry of her journal, so let's read it. Sunday, 24th of March. Dear William, it is a lovely day, full of sunshine, and I feel promise. As it is truly spring, I slipped into the visitor's parlor this afternoon, for it is warm and sunny there, and it is a hush that is peaceful when the room is empty once inside. I shut the door as I wanted to just sit undisturbed for a moment to reflect upon all that has happened to me. But when I turned into the room, I was surprised to find Emma sitting there herself. She had been so still I'd not even noticed her. And then I saw that in her lap was the cat curled up as fast asleep. I crossed the room and sat down beside her on the couch, and we looked at each other, almost shyly. It seemed I curved my mouth into a gentle smile that I hoped she would understand was an act of forgiveness. "Hello," I said. I put my hand on the cat's back and stroked. His muscles rippled under my hand, and he arched his back without even opening his eyes. His purring was so loud, it was as if he had a large engine right inside his chest. "He's so soft," Emma said in a small voice. "Pet him some more," I replied. "He likes you very much." "Do you really think so?" Emma looked up at me with a hopeful expression, something I had never seen on her face ever before. That moment. And from that moment on, I knew I had made a friend of someone who previously was my enemy. Love your sister. Margaret. Epilogue. Margaret finally realized her dream of coming to America, but she made her passage aboard the doomed RMS Titanic. Margaret was one of the lucky ones to survive the disaster. She was joyously reunited with her brother and maintained correspondence with Sister Catherine until the nun's death in the early 1960s. Margaret graduated high school and went to Wesley College. When her brother was wounded in the trenches during World War I, she dropped out of college to care for him full-time. Margaret married in 1923 and devoted the rest of her life to her husband and children. Remembering her youth as an orphan, she spent much of her time in volunteer work in aid of disadvantaged children. I hope you guys enjoyed the story of Margaret. It's a very cute and touching story. It's a very heartfelt story too. You could really feel her loneliness and her pain of not being with her brother. But I'm very glad that even though she was on the Titanic, she made it off and she got married and had children. There we go. All the collectibles. Now let's go look at them in her room. Yeah, they are the cup, the ribbon, the book. There's the cat, there's the mirror. Little pieces of it are all over the place. Well, we have one more story, so let's go find the last girl and learn about Zipporah Feldman, shall we? And we are here with the final girl. I know I didn't do her chronologically. Technically, she was supposed to be before Margaret, but I did tell you that I had a favorite, and that is Zipporah Feldman.
Time to do something.
Zipporah Feldman, age 14, Lower East Side, New York, 1905. Zippy is a Jewish immigrant from Russia who lives in a rundown tenement apartment in New York City. Her destiny is to become a famous actress, but she needs your help to follow her dream. Let's begin her journey, shall we? Here we find Zipporah. Looks like she is backstage of a theater. This little desk that she's writing. She's backstage where they handle all the curtains and the backdrops and the props here. And we find her writing in her journal. I'm very excited to start this journey and see what she has written. Let's visit her journal. We're gonna look through the music here. Alright, we're gonna listen to her voice lines. Let's see what she has to say.
I enjoy being a prop girl in a famous theater, but I can't help feeling that I should be doing much more. Everyone raves about the theater and all of the wonderful performances we offer. They are all, as they say, really top-notch. There's nowhere else I'd rather be than backstage at the theater, except of course at center stage, bowing to a cheering audience. Mama gave me my first diary just before we left our little Russian village. She was right in thinking I'd have much to record about our new life. My sister Tova remains 100% dedicated to her union organizing, even though Mama says that chicken that sticks out its neck gets its head chopped off. Papa says he's sure that I will be a big star on the stage someday, from his mouth to God's ears. So far, most of the people I've met in the theater business have been really generous to me with their time and experience. Yet it's plain to see they're very ambitious too. I guess all of us are. To see a spring flower in this city, or even a tree, one has to go all the way up to Central Park, it seems. A far cry from what it was like in Zarichka, our beautiful little Russian village. My friend Yisi thinks he's such a big guy around town. He must be the most annoying friend I've got. When we all arrived at Ellis Island, the doctors marked the back of my coat with chalk to show I was a health risk. If Tova had not known to turn my coat inside out, who knows where I would be now? I cannot believe Mama still refuses to give up her shito. I mean, to wear such a wig is traditional for Jewish women at the old country, but not here. I love keeping track of all the props we have here at the theater. So many beautiful things, each with its own special story. One of my favorite spots is the Café Royale on 2nd Avenue. It's always filled with actors and all the other interesting theater people. On hot summer nights, the only decent place to sleep is up on the roof of our tenement building. At least there's a cool breeze and a few stars to lull us gently off to sleep. One of my favorite actors is Jakob Adler. He once called me a little bluebird because of my blue eyes. There are so many things you could become here in America, so many paths. I cannot understand how a person is expected to choose only one. If for some reason I could not be an actress, I think I would want to be a famous scientist like Madame Curie. The best times are when the theater is crammed full of people applauding so enthusiastically. You would think maybe it was thunder. I should be so lucky to receive such an applause. I used to read the newspaper practically cover to cover, but now I ask you, does a busy person like me have time to read the newspaper anymore? One of my favorite words in English is demon. That could almost be a Yiddish expression. I enjoy being a prop girl in a famous theater, but I can't help feeling that I should be doing much more.
We're going to read her bio now. I'm going to change the music just a bit. There we go. So you can probably hear my voice a little bit better. Zipporah Feldman. Nickname. My friends call me Zippy. Papa sometimes calls me Lilbumblebear. I'm probably gonna mispronounce a lot of stuff. I apologize. Which means little potato angel. Age 14. Birthday June 23rd, 1891. Born in Zarichka, a beautiful little village in Minsk, Gubernia in Russia. Lives in a small apartment on the lower eastern side of New York City for now. Distinctive personality traits. I'm extremely determined to know my own mind. Even if it does change frequently, I admit I sometimes get impatient with people who cling to old-fashioned ways. Maybe it's because I am so driven and passionate about taking advantage of every opportunity in life. I also think I am enthusiastic about learning new things and very loyal. Favorite people: my sister Miriam, my friend Blumawolf, and my uncle Shmuley, who always make me laugh. All of my friends who work in the Yiddish theater. I guess Yitzi Silver too, even though he acts boastful and sometimes very annoying. Family tree. My papa's name is Yasha Feldman. In Russia, he was a violinist and a music teacher at the Imperial Conservatory in St. Petersburg. Mama's name is Sarah Feldman. Although she still keeps too many traditions from the old country, she is now a dressmaker with her own clients. My two sisters, Tova, who is 19 and a union organizer, and Miriam, who is 17 and married an Irish boy. My uncle Shmuley and Moshe also live in New York City. Loves: acting, the Lower East Side Theater District, and the Yiddish theater above all. Being backstage as a prop girl at the theater is okay too. Sitting in cafes with friends, Hanukkah, and other Jewish festivals, and learning new and interesting American expressions, like dimwit. It is a big job and lots of responsibility. But just yesterday, Mr. Nussbaum, the theater manager, promoted me to this higher position. He says he should be so lucky to have someone so organized as me, for every part of the business. So that's his name, Mr. Nussbaum.
You're right.
This is my first collectible. It's a mirror that was donated to the Thalia Theater in New York by a wealthy immigrant from Russia. visit me backstage and try to find where I keep it. Right, the next one will be where do I keep my diary? Well, we just found the answer right here. April 16th, 1905. I've decided to keep my diary here at the theater where it will be safe and private. So, oh, but we don't know exactly which part of the theater. Let me see. Okay. Okay, it's the trunk. There we go.
Nice work. You're right.
Papa bought me this book of poems by Henry Wadsworth Longfellow. Sometimes when I sleep on the roof at night, I recite to myself the words of the Song of Hiawatha. Can you find where I keep it? The next question will be, who is considered the greatest Yiddish actress of all time? April 16th, 1905. I've decided to keep my diary here at the theater where it will be safe and private. As prop girl, it is easy for me to tuck this little book into an old trunk where no one ever goes but me. Mr. Nussbaum is a mensch, a very good person. He has said I may be here as much as I like even when the theater is dark and I am not officially working. Dark means we are in between plays. Which we are now since Shulamith ended. Or Shulamith. Do you have a place to keep things safe and private? I have my own room. What do you mean you have your own room? I have my own bed, closet, and dresser. We are very crowded in the tenement on the Lower East Side, but you must be quite rich. I'm not rich. You may not realize it, but you are compared to most of the people I know. April 17th, 1905. There is nowhere else I'd rather be than right here backstage, except of course we're standing at center stage, bowing to a full house after a brilliant performance as the leading actress of my time. Not sure if Mr. Nussbaum knows about that part. I am convinced one day this dream shall really come true, but it will take how long, I wonder? What do you think about a girl wanting to become an actress? I think girls can do anything they want to do. You showed up. You sound like my sister Tova. I agree with Tova. I would like to believe this, but I have so much tradition in my blood, just like my mama. A boy shouldn't get all the fun. I can see your point, Kristen. Sometimes that is just what I think. Later, I am grateful for my job as a prop girl, but how I long to be an actress, especially after spending a day sorting through a pile of props that were recently donated to us, making sure we had a record for each one. Such a lot of work. Do you wish for me to tell you about the props we've received, or what? Tell me about the pipe. Though we received many interesting things, I especially like the carved wooden pipe. I put it into my mouth and walk around backstage acting like an old man. Everyone seemed to laugh, which made me feel good. 15 or 16 only, but he knows how to handle himself all around this town. At least he talks and acts like he does. Don't know if I should go with Yichkak to the cafe, Kristen. Why not? Yichkak, what a name. I must mend a picture that Marna broke on stage last night when I was actress. When I am actress, I will not be so klutzy. I don't want to fall behind in my work and make Mr. Nussbaum angry. A thought about Yitzi. These days, simply by delivering suits to shops uptown, Yitzi gets paid well enough that he always has some money of his own. Even before he had money, his head was big. When I first meet him, it used to annoy me so, this big way of seeing himself, but now I find it not so bad. He even is sometimes more fun than nuisance now. Kristen, do you know anyone like Yitzi who acts big? Sometimes. These people can be good to have around, or not so good, depending on the situation. Has anyone ever told you that you're acting big? Never, thank goodness. Sometimes when you are confident and know things, it is hard to not act big. So don't feel too bad if someone accuses you of it. See, I am using many new expressions of English as I am finding out it is nearly as colorful a language as Yiddish. When Graf Mr. Nussbaum told me of his thinking, I had the most incredibly hard time not saying to him my main thought, that I hope he will write in a part for me. Often, Kristen, I have a hard time keeping my big mouth shut. Do you have a trick I can use to develop patience? Take 3 deep breaths. That is good idea, Kristen. I promise I will use it in the future. Thanks. Happy to help. By the way, do you think I should have told Mr. Nussbaum about wanting a part in the play? Absolutely. But I am so young, this is such a big dream for one so young. It's good to have big dreams. Thank you for understanding, Kristen. I must hurry home. It is close to evening and I must return in time for Lynch Benchten. I'm totally mispronouncing this stuff, I'm sorry guys. That is when we light the Shabbos candles and say blessing as we do every Friday evening. Say Ganzen. April 23rd, 1905. My teacher says that of all the 8th grade students in our school, we who were not born in this country, I have made more progress than anyone in reading and writing English. This is a good thing to hear. These words say to me that I might someday be a convincing actress for all the world to know about, not just the Jewish immigrants who live here on the Lower East Side. What school subjects have you made good progress in, Kristen? I loved history. Oh, so that's why you have so many questions for me. because I come from the shuttle, from a heritage steeped in tradition and history. Many people, it said, go to Romania and Poland to try their luck. Often they tour all over Europe with a theater company, so when they return here, already they are well known. It is true, we have a question that does ask who is one of the great, who's considered the greatest Yiddish actress of all time. I thought it would have been on this page, but maybe it's coming up. Kristen, do you want to travel to Europe? I already have been to Europe actually. You are so lucky. Did you try your luck on the stage? No, I was only traveling. I am sure you had a wonderful trip all the time. All the same, for me, I can't understand why anyone would go to Europe except to tour in a play. Hope you guys are enjoying my high quality 5-star accent. Really, really doing great, yep. There we go, Rachel Kaminska, the greatest Yiddish actress of all time. We can answer this question.
Right, how about that?
This brush was given to the theater by Bessie Tomaszewska. Tomaszewska. Another great actress. The bristles are soft and do not pick you. Pick you? Oh, that would say prick you. Okay, do not pick you when you rub your hand across the brush. We use the brush as rapier, and sometimes I lend it to the makeup girl when she prepares the actors. Do you ever put pictures on your walls too? Oh yes, I have a few. Of actresses? Actually, none of these. I have paintings. So, I'll just say actors and singers and movie stars, but that's not true. I don't have any of that. What is a movie star? Haven't you ever seen a movie? I don't think movies were around yet, were they? I think that was the 20s, right? That's Miss Huggis. I've heard of these new movies, but Yitzi say they don't have stars, not like the theater. And even someday to me too. What it would be, how astounding to be known as the greatest of all actresses. I go to sleep with this dream in my head. The thought of Rachel Kaminska coming to America brings back memories of Ellis Island. Let's see, what happened to you on Ellis Island? We were there for hours waiting to get through inspection, terrified that one or all of us might be sent back. April 26, 1905. Writing English words on these blank pages make me remember the day I started my first diary. It was on September 1, 1903, a date I remember well. That first diary was given to me by Mama before we left our village of Sharinka in Russia to come across the ocean to America to be with Papa. So many memories I have, my friend Kristen. Well, tell me about the diary. There was the very first time I wrote. In it was after we had arrived here, and not a word in English did I know then. Life has many unexpected occurrences, so many changes. I used to hate change, but now I think I'm growing to like it. Except maybe not so much the bad changes. Though I only know a little bit more than she herself, that is for Mr. Nussbaum to reveal. I am thinking about something else Minnie spoke to me about. But what did she say? She says she had decided to become the best soubrette of our time. What's a soubrette? Soubrette. A soubrette is a girl who is known for her many talents on the stage and for her liveliness. Many say such a girl would know how to sing and dance and sometimes to play many musical instruments. She might even learn how to be a trapeze artist. Which part do you think would be the best? I love to sing, I'm gonna say the singing. It would be such fun to sing, but Mama would be horrified, especially if then to get on stage become easier. I must think more about this. Okay, so right here we have the answer to another question. What is the name of the first play acted in? It was called Shulamith. Or Shulamith. Miriam and Sean gave me this ribbon for my 13th birthday. It was part of a whole set. I can't imagine how much it cost them. They feel like real silk too, but of course I didn't ask. Later. So, I decided I must choose a path to help me be on stage more often. I must make a plan. Either I will do everything I can to take a trip to Europe and be in the theater there, or I will learn all I can about dancing and singing and things like that, become a soubrette. Like Minnie was talking. One or the other, or neither. Kristen, I am desperate for your advice. What is it, Zippy? Which plan do you think I should try? Tour Europe. That sounds fun. Why do you suggest this? Become a star, make a name. You can make a name, return to America. You'll be a big fish in a small pond. You can visit the old country. How could you resist all that travel? I will do as you say. Oh, how I wish it were happening right now. April 30th, 1905. My sister Tova, though she must share the parlor with me before sleeping, doesn't mind. But why don't you put up a picture of someone who has done great things for humanity? She asked me. After I put up another picture of Rachel Kaminska. What Tova say is true. If Miss Kaminska came to this city, would not all of us benefit from her way of expressing deep feelings? This is what great artists do, don't they? They help us all to discover what we are inside. Yeah, sure. What artists help you discover something about yourself? A singer? Does she sing in the theater? No, I hear her on the CDs. She's gonna be like, what? Never heard of this thing, but there are many English words I do not know. To my nearly disbelief, Yitzi knew them. Hello, Yitzchak, they said to him. Mr. Gravenstein, Miss Gravenstein, said Yitzi, standing. Then he introduced me, even calling me an inspiring actress. Do you know the meaning of that word? It means you are on the path to something. I nearly blushed to hear it. This was of great interest to the Gravensteins, and they asked me all about what I was up to. What luck to be introduced to the Gravensteins. What do they do? They are what is known as theater promoters, or maybe talent scouts. Yitzi, even though he acts as if he knows everything in the world, this he is not sure about. May 7th, 1905. A girl by the name of Dalet is now working here. Mr. Nussbaum hired her. I hope to make her a new friend if I can get over my envy. Uh-oh. Zippy is envious of this girl. Do you think it's terrible of me to be envious? Well, why are you envious of her? What does it matter? Envy is not such an honorable feeling. What job does she have? She does makeup. She will be able to be close to all the actors every night the play is going on. What if she gets to put the makeup on Jacob Adler or someone as great as he? I have handed him props, but this would be even better. Later in the day, when I began this new diary, it seemed fitting that I should recall the day we arrived to America, because so much has changed since then. We came out of the inspection into a great throng of people, all of us so grateful that we weren't to be sent back, and then there was Papa, bursting into a huge smile and hugging all of us close. I nearly cried to see him after so long. Have you ever been away from your family for a long time like my papa was? Yes, I have. Then you must know the way I felt when I saw my father. Yes. I was happy to come home. home truly is the best place to be. There was something a little unfamiliar about him, and this is what made Mama cry. The long, beautiful curls. Ah, okay. That's what made the mom cry. He had cut off his side locks. I'm still amazed at how easy it is to get so many things here in New York. Even pencils, which were hard to find in Russia, and everywhere here. Mr. Nussbaum says that they have machines that can produce hundreds of pencils a minute. The next question we need to be on the lookout for is, what does my papa do that makes him so busy? I am glad I am keeping track. In this way of writing it all down. Otherwise we just forget, and Mama says when I am older I'll be so glad I have a way of remembering. Do you like keeping a diary? I actually do. Do you write in it every day? I feel like I've gotten worse at it over time. I sometimes forget. What are you busy with? Chores. Chores sometimes take a lot of time. But I am still doing so well in school. She cannot find reason to really complain. Mama will never understand me. Of this I am sure. Nor why am I always thinking of my future in this land of opportunity, as it is called by so many. Do you feel as frustrated as I do sometimes when people find it difficult to understand you? I'm not sure, but I know it'll be something great. There are many wonderful things to be. So this is another reason why to me acting is so important. On stage you can use all of your feelings from real life to bring life to your character in that way. Do you understand why I like to be an actress? I know exactly what you're saying. Do you do anything to use feelings such as this? I pretend I'm the characters when I read books. That is almost like being on stage. Now I am thinking there must be a way for me to make my own visit to Romania and to other famous places of Yiddish theater. But Romania first, because that is where it all first began. Do you think I should find out more about traveling to Romania? Well, if you want to. It would be exciting, don't you think? You will learn a lot of new things. Yes, I would see so many new people. And foods. You're making me want to go right now, Kristen. You sound like you have traveled a lot. A little bit. The world must be full of magical places to visit. It was true from the moment she first saw Papa after we passed inspection on Ellis Island. And it is still true today. What's wrong with being a star of the Yiddish stage? I would like to know. Nothing's wrong. Maybe you are right, but I have to find a way to convince my mama she's against the whole thing. Let me know when you do it. I certainly will. And especially the thrill of opening night. I want to be one of them, the actors. More than anything, I am so frustrated that so far my only role has been that of a girl who gets eaten by a lion. Do you want to know more about my first role as an actress? Sounds exciting. Oh, it was. It lasted only a few fleeting moments, but I know I could feel the energy of the actors and audience. I knew exactly what it was that I should do. I felt so at home on the stage. Have you ever felt such a feeling? Yes, I have. Then you'll know how I felt. Magical. But still, she finds out from paper every piece she can find about our theater district and lays it on my pillow for when I arrive home. Is this not proof that she loves me even as I am? What about you? Do you think you are more like an artist or maybe the more practical type? Oh, I'm definitely an artist. What kind of art do you do? Well, I actually do many different things. A lot of these things. You must be very talented artist. he knew I was not happy with his words, for he smiled and said, "But I think you'll be pleased with what comes next, Zippy, even if it's not this mamele." Let us hope he is right. Do you think it was rude of me to show my disappointment? I guess I'll say it wasn't rude. It's okay to be disappointed sometimes. And I was so wanting to be mamele. I do not know how you say that word. Mamele? Mamili? I must find out more, but right now, more important, I must hurry home for Lynch, Bunchkin, and Shabbos dinner. How I will be able to think of anything but this play, though, I do not know. I have been wondering, are you Jewish, Kristen? No, I'm not. Are you part of any religion at all? There are so many in America. Oh, yes, I am. There is another great thing about this America. You can believe in anything that you want to believe in. Do you know how wonderful that is? Yep, America. Of course, there is freedom of religion in America. It is good to be grateful for all kinds of freedoms. That is why I told Yitzi I could not walk with him over to Broadway to see all that is happening. He cannot understand why I would want to spend a day like this inside and, as he says, practically in the dark. What should I do about Yitzi? It is difficult when you have a friend who cannot understand what you want. Or maybe you should invite him backstage to hang out with you. Maybe he'll see how cool it is. Perhaps he would refuse. In any case, I think I will wait until I can invite him to see me in a great role on the stage. Later, I will find out more from my friend Boris, who is also here. He has been speaking with Mr. Nussbaum for some time already. I am dying of curiosity. Do you ever have trouble sleeping at night from too much excitement? Sometimes. But you know what to do when that happens? Please tell me. Count sheep. What sheep? I live in a tenement in New York City. who it was? It was Jacob Kalish. I shall have to write down more about him later, so that when I am old and have had a long, successful time of being great actress, I will remember the very night I met this famous man from Europe. Mr. Joseph seems to be known by every Yiddish actor and actress there is. Now I know him too. So what has he done? Before coming to America, he toured all over Europe, appearing in Yiddish plays. His stories had us all nearly mesmerized. His tale of being on stage in the great cities of London and Paris and Bucharest, Romania. I'm sorry if I butchered that. Bucharest, Romania? So I believe this was actually a few pages back, but he teaches violin if I remember correctly. Yes?
Very good.
Yes. This necklace was given to me by Mommy, only a few short weeks before she died in the factory fire. She told me that she was passing by one of the costume jewelry stores on the way to the diamond shirtwaist factory. I know it is a simple thing, but when I put it on, I can imagine myself another Rachel Kamishka. What is Dilek's job at the theater? That'll be our next question. June 22nd, 1905. I put to Mr. Kalish so many questions about his experience of touring with the theater that today he brought to the Thalia a bundle of photographs from his travels. We all pored over them in great excitement. If I do not get the leading part in this play, or any part for that matter, I shall find a way to try my luck in Europe. I am determined. Did you ever have an opportunity you wanted so much it was nearly in your mouth like a sharp, wonderful taste? That is just how I am feeling this minute. I don't know if a sharp, wonderful taste is a good thing. What's a sharp, wonderful taste? What? I've had some good things happen and some bad. I guess I'll be realistic with her. Yes, this is true for most people. I just like to think about the good things. Well, that's a good trick. I think it is. Ah, here we go, the new makeup girl. That must be her job. Yes, she is a makeup girl.
Hooray! You got it.
This ring was a gift from Yitzi. Maybe it's not so fancy, but I think it's beautiful. He says he got it from some of his jewelry connections uptown. That Yitzi, he can be so annoying at times, but then suddenly do something so nice. I no longer feel envious of Dilit, that she gets to be the makeup girl. I wonder if I will become friends with her. The backstage is bustling with activity. Want to hear more about it? Okay, what are the people doing? Around my little desk here, actors are milling about, talking, laughing. When they are not discussing the part they shall play next, their talk is much about their lives back home in Europe and Russia. Okay, I think we just found the answer to another question. A girl named Raja, or Raha. Oh no, they don't. That's not. That'd be the name of the girl, right? What's the name of the lead character? Oh well, maybe the question hasn't unlocked yet. I think it's Raha. Raja Raha. I'll just say Raha. Raha is horrified and tells her father she refuses his boy, but the rest of the story I will have to write later, as I hear Dele calling me. I hope she asks me out to the cafe. Dele asked me to go to the cafe for some coffee and theater talk. Do you think I should go? Absolutely, go girl. I will. It will be a chance to make friends with Dele. Dele says he loves theater and has many important friends on Broadway. That is where all the most respected American theaters are, where they speak English and get many reviews in the big papers. If you really want to know your name in lights, that is the place to be. Have you ever heard of Broadway? Have you ever been there? Someday I hope to go. Oh, I've heard of it, but I've never been there. Perhaps someday you will go there, and you will see me perform. Okay, now we can answer the question.
Very good.
Mama brought this jewelry box with her all the way from Russia. She says it was originally made in St. Petersburg and used to belong to her great aunt. After Yitzi gave me the ring, Mama gave the jewelry box to me. Our next question will be, who is Mr. Amirska? The rest is all about Raha trying to keep up her disguise. Then there is a little surprise and happy ending. I can't tell you that part now, though it will have to wait. Do you think I should audition? Absolutely, Zippy. It's your dream. Oh, I think I will. I just know that this role was meant to be mine. only problem with asking Yitzi is that he may squeal on me and tell everyone, including my mama, that I'm auditioning. Should I ask Yitzi for help or just try to learn boy mannerisms on my own? You should ask Yitzi. You're right. What do I know from boy mannerisms? I'll do it. I'll ask him the next time I see him. It was almost like being interviewed, so maybe I am preparing for my future in more ways than one. Having someone around who helps and supports you in doing something important is a really good thing, don't you think? Absolutely. Definitely. It's almost like it is a comfort. It was such a nice day, and the many street vendors were so busy they barely noticed us. But one day, they will all know me when I pass by. Do you like to be noticed? Debatable. Sometimes yes, sometimes no. I'll say no for now. Why is that? I don't think I'm really good enough at anything to be noticed like that. I do not believe this. You are so clever and so smart. Oh, thank you, Zippy. Ah, there we go. Mr. Amirska is the Lit's uncle.
Hooray! You got it!
This beautiful music box was a gift from my sister Miriam and her husband Sean. I think Sean must have bought it here because I don't remember Miriam having it back in Russia. When the theater is quiet, the music it plays makes me remember them both. Right, the next question will be, what happened to the first time Dalit tried to act in front of an audience? Ooh, she's gonna try acting. Plot twist. I am sure if they were planning anything exciting or interesting, Dalit would tell me if she knew it. Oh well, maybe Boris will know something. A good friend should always tell such things, don't you think? Yes, I agree. Then why is she not? Maybe she's not a good friend, maybe she thinks none of your business. Tell her how you feel. Oh, I did not think of this. Perhaps she has forgotten some things since coming to America. America is an open society where it's okay to talk about such things. July 8th, 1905. Today I am not so good. I have spoken to Mama and Papa about my invitation from the Gravensteins, as they completely refuse. They will not hear of it, not even for a minute. Kristen, is it? It is as though they are deaf to my reasons and my logic. What did your father say? Papa said, Zippy, my nutches, my special joy, even if I could pay for a trip for you, you are barely 14. Think instead of display, maybe with even a role for you. Right here on 2nd Avenue. But I don't want to. I want to throw all of Europe, and right now. He laughs loudly at this and then teaches me a new English expression. Curiosity kills the cat. Maybe so, but I am not that curious. What about you? Has curiosity ever gotten you into trouble? Yep. And you have heard this expression about the cat? Oh yes. Ah, and it doesn't bother you. I think it's good to be curious. Dalet wished me luck and gave me a big hug. But when I said to her, I want you to be the one who does my makeup, she laughed like I had made her a joke. You never know what will happen, she said. Now what meaning do you make of that? Something fishy's going on. What does that phrase mean? Fishy equals stinky? Sounds bad to me. Then it is that I hear the voice of Dalet. She says, "Oh, I am so sorry. I didn't think anyone was in here. But if this is true, I am a tree frog." She knew at what time my audition was my audition. I know what you will be saying about this, Kristen. You have warned me to watch out for Dalet. So what are you gonna do? I do not know. Do you have any ideas? Talk to her. It would be so awful if she had only made a mistake. fact, the director asked me to begin again after she had left, and my performance, I am sure, was even more powerful the second time, so maybe she did a favor to me. Should I apologize? Maybe you should. Why? Well, you didn't have to yell at her. Even when people are awful, I suppose you're right. July 18th, 1905. I knew I was meant for this acting life. Me, Zipporah Feldman, is one of the 3 names on the list of callbacks for the role of Raha. What did I tell you? Already I have seen in my imagination how I will be called the sweetheart of 2nd Avenue. They will say, well, maybe that is too proud and bold. Do you think I should invent a stage name? What would your father say? Good point. Mama and Papa would hit the ceiling. It is not time to choose a stage name just yet. I shall stick with Zipporah Feldman. Later. Now that I've had time to calm down, I can say I did the very best I've ever done. So if I do not get this part, I will be surprised and disappointed very much, but I will not feel ashamed for any reason. Are you interested in hearing how it went, Kristen? What scene did you do? The scene where the rabbi becomes suspicious that Raha might really be a girl, and she is in great danger. You could hear a pin drop. That is how they call it in English, when it becomes totally silent all around you. July 25th, 1905. The maid had disappeared like a winter cloud in spring, and I wonder where could she be these days? Her eyes would pop out when she comes in and sees the cast list. If I do not get my chance to tell her the good news first, she will be my makeup person for sure. What do you think she is up to? She has a boyfriend. Oh, I had not thought of this. You think she is sneaking away to be with a boy? You think maybe her uncle and Mr. Nussbaum know this boy? So, it is again a girl playing a boy's part. Like me, I cannot wait to prove to all the audience that I am a swaggering, spitting boy. Okay, Zippy. Do you think I will look strange dressed like a boy? The clothes sound strange even for a boy. What do boys wear where you are, Kristen? T-shirts. No coat? Nope. This cannot be true. All around me, I feel currents of something I do not like, but maybe I am making something out of nothing. It's like she has a gut feeling. I am so upset. What shall I do? What happened? Passing by Mr. Nussbaum's office and looking in, I saw the litter with Mr. Nussbaum and an elderly man. Of course, this must be her uncle. Immediately, I thought to stop and say hello, but before I could do that, Mr. Nussbaum saw me and quietly closes his door. Oh no. Do something about it. You are right. I cannot ignore this feeling like a 2-pound matzo ball. The closing door put a strange sudden lump in my stomach. The worst part of it all is that she was so convincing as my friend that maybe she really is a better actress than me or anyone else around this place. Have you ever felt betrayed like this? Probably not as bad as you've been in that way. Then you'll think this is bad betrayal. You deserve that role. It is so good that you understand. No matter what you decide, still you must give something up. What would you do in this situation? You can't leave. You just can't, Zippy. I know. That is what makes this so Terrible situation. I am what you say, stuck between a rock and a hard place. So now maybe we should let her see what it really is like to be an actress. I hope the lid fails. Are my feelings cruel? Give the poor girl a chance. I do not feel like being charitable or nice, so why should I? No, I hope the audience cannot see the performance with the same eyes as we do. How will I get through this night, Kristen? Breathe deeply. Eat lots of chocolate. Eat lots of chocolate. It is such a luxury chocolate I cannot afford. August 19th, 1905. The play is going on right now as I write. I want to shout out to the world, a night at the Yiddish Theater is the best of all things. Have you ever been to the Yiddish Theater? Is there music? There is great music. There is a whole families of people in the audience, laughing and weeping, singing and cheering. We have the answer to the question finally. It says right here that she got on stage and froze. She completely froze. This bottle of perfume is my final collectible. It was here at the Thalia when I started as a prop girl. Good work! If you missed any questions earlier, you have another chance to answer them correctly. There we go. I think we got all the questions. That means we're getting close to the end of the story. Let's see how it concludes. In fact, though, I do. So though I am sorry for Dilit, I am overjoyed again for myself because now I am back to playing Raja, and I know I will, as they say, bring down the house. I am so happy, Kristen. You go, girl. You talk in a way that I'm not familiar with, but I hope that you're happy for me too. I think we should read this entry. August 30th, 1905. Dear Zippy, I am so sorry to intrude on your private diary. I saw you writing so many times and even saw you hiding your book in the old trunk. Now because I can't face you, I must write here, knowing you will sometime read my heart. I do not know how to say to you I am sorry for what happened. You were the right actress, the girl who won the part of Raja. And I, admiring your talent, and the one who tried to steal that part. You, Zippy, made me see what it was to be an actress, and I wanted that so badly for myself. But as you know by now, it was not me. I have learned that lesson that it is not good to try to be something you are not. But that lesson was so difficult that I did not have the nerve to face you afterwards, or to tell you I was sorry for my foolishness. You deserve that part, you do. And it was dishonest of me to use my advantages to try to steal it from you. I hope that you will forgive me, and if someday we should cross paths, I beg you not to look upon me with scorn. I truly hope that someday again we shall be friends. You will be a great and famous actress. For this I am sure. Forgive me, your friend, asking for your forgiveness. Dalit. Kristen, did you see what Dalit wrote in my diary? Should I forgive her? Yes. I do not feel forgiveness in my heart, but I know that to forgive Dalit is the right thing to do. What will you do next? I do not know if I can be friends with someone who betrayed me as she did. I don't even like that she opened my diary to ask for forgiveness. For the time being, I will keep my distance from Dalit. I have cherished my friendship with you, Kristen. Perhaps in time Dalit will earn my trust as you have. Goodbye, and thank you for your support. Epilogue. Unfortunately, Zipporah and Dalit never became friends. After her success as Raha, Zippy found steady work in the Yiddish theater. Eventually, she dropped out of high school to pursue acting full-time. She soon became one of the New York Yiddish theater's most famous stars. Hollywood was quick to discover Zippy, and for her first role in a Hollywood movie, Zippy was nominated for her Academy Award. In 1920, she married Yitzi, who had become a millionaire as a manufacturer of women's coats. They and their 3 children moved to Beverly Hills, California, where they lived in a big house with a swimming pool and tennis courts. They lived a long and happy life together. And that is the story of Zipporah Feltman. Let's go back to the theater and look for all the things that we gathered from the questions, shall we? There's the mirror. I think that's the jewelry box. You get different views. So these are all the little collectibles here. Or maybe that's the jewelry box right there. Oh, there's the ring. I think that's a ring that... Did Yitzi give her that ring? I think it was Yitzi. How about that? The annoying boy she eventually married. There's the ribbon. Oh. Congratulations, Zipporah. Well, there you have it. 6 amazing girls with 6 amazing stories. And of course, my amazing voice acting skills to the best of my ability. I just want to bring the diaries to life to you a little bit without straining my voice too much. I hope you enjoyed. If you did, please let me know by giving it a thumbs up, leaving a comment down below telling me maybe what your favorite story was that we discovered together. Was it Margaret, Abby, Hattie, Mem, Clotee, or Zippy? And of course, why not subscribe if you're new for more nostalgic gaming? Feel free to check out my playlist to see all the other games I've done on this channel. Remember, you are special and loved, you are never alone, and you're always welcome to come back and hang out anytime. Until the next video, God bless. I will see you all later. Bye-bye, my friends.